Hi. So you've probably all noticed by now that I'm not Mark. And while my co-author here probably does not need an introduction to this crowd, I do. So my name is Daphne. I'm an archaeologist at Ancient Egypt Research Associates with Mark and a first-year interdisciplinary PhD student at the University of Edinburgh. I study archaeology and geomorphology with archaeologist Joanne Rowland and geomorphologists Andy Dugmore and Michaela Tall. So this conference is very in line with what I'm looking at. And my thesis is on human-environment interactions at the Hydrological site right here during the Fourth Dynasty. So I've spent 3 seasons excavating with Era and many more reading Mark's aerograms and dispatches about the sites that we're going to discuss today. So Mark invited me to co-author with him because I'm passionate about Hydrological, climate change, and geomorphology, and we both believe that Giza provides a unique setting to examine climate change at the end of the Old Kingdom, how it unfolded, and how human and environmental forces left their mark on the area. So Mark is here, and I've put his email at the end for any questions that I can't answer. He's the consummate expert on these sites, but I'm excited to share with you what I know about them today. So with that being said, welcome to Site Formation and Climate Change, Reading the Old Kingdom Settlement Record at Giza. So we're going to take you through a roadmap really quick. We've got our research questions, the settlements around the Giza Plateau, and then the sediments of the Giza Plateau with the geomorphology, and then our case study sites, which are the Hayt el Garab, also known as the Lost City of the Pyramids, and then the Menkaure Valley Temple and Kent Kawe's Town Complex, and then we'll go through some conclusions. So our first research question is, how did people living at Hayt el Garab, the Menkaure Valley Temple, and the Kent Kawe's Town experience environmental change between the 4th and 6th dynasties? What changing pressures did they face, and how did they address them? Next, to what extent did humans contribute to Giza's changing hydrology and environment? I think we have the tendency to look at environmental change as a unidirectional process, but at Giza, we have a case study here of human-environment interaction and a long-term process of change co-created by the ancient Egyptians and their environment. We have extensive modifications to the landscapes of Giza at almost a geological level, which in turn spurred and intensified already happening environmental change and made the sites more vulnerable overall. And then lastly, how do collapse and climate change manifest at Giza towards the end of the Old Kingdom? We know what the more general regional trends are, but at Giza, we have the data to pick apart exactly how these larger patterns played out on a more local level. This is not an argument against the Old Kingdom collapse, of course, or an assertion that it did not happen, but rather a question of at what scale does collapse matter for Giza? Was it the collapse of the royal family or the ending of support from the royal administration that ended settlement at these sites? Or was it immediate climate change or the culmination of a gradual trend that slowly pushed the inhabitants of Hayt el Garab, the Menkaure Valley Temple, and the Kent Kawe's Town beyond the point of adaptation? So what did Old Kingdom collapse or the 4.2 Ka BP event look like at Giza? So settlements at the southeast base of the Giza Plateau preserve deposits that reflect the time span of Old Kingdom climate change studied in this conference. ERA has excavated at 4 sites in this area. First, the Cromer dump site, which is deconstructed settlement dating from the time of Khufu to Khafre, over the escarpment of the Gebel Ibli right here. And then we have Hayt el Garab, also known as the Lost City of the Pyramids, 4th Dynasty infrastructure for constructing the Giza Necropolis, which dates from Khufu to Userkaf. Then we have the Menkaure Valley Temple and Kent Kawe's Town Complex, dating from the time of Menkaure until the First Intermediate Period. So we're going to talk about 3 of those sites today, the Hayt el Garab, the Menkaure Valley Temple, and the Kent Kawe's Town. While Cromer is roughly contemporaneous with these sites, it appears that there was no actual settlement there. It's the dump of a different settlement, so it's not really relevant for the topic of this conference. But all 4 of these sites together form one of the largest and maybe the largest exposure of Old Kingdom settlement. So here we have a map of the Giza Plateau. We have the Macadam Formation here, and you can see on three sides it's quite steep. If you wanted to reach the Macadam Formation and bring up, millions of tons of stone and people to build the pyramids, you'd have to approach from the southeast here, where the central wadi spills out onto the floodplain. So the Giza settlements span an interface between salient landscape features of the Egyptian Nile Valley. We have the Macadam and Mahdi formations. You might recognize the pyramids here on the Macadam Formation, and then the Mahdi Formation, and these two are upper and middle Eocene limestone tableland that spill down onto the low desert here, where Hydrological is. Between them, we have the central wadi, which would bring alien desert material during times of rain down onto the floodplain. And then you'll have to theater of the mind this a little bit, because this photo is from the early 1900s. But in the Old Kingdom, we would have had a network of canals around here and the Nile floodplain. And then you can see our sites, Haid al-Ghurab right here, the Kentkawi's town, and the Menkaure Valley Temple. So the pyramid builders intervened in all of these features at near geological scales. So we're seeing a highly engineered landscape co-created by environmental forces and human action. So one of these ways they intervened is in the floodplain and the wadi, where we see intervention at almost the same scale that you see on the plateau. So this model here is created with data from the Ambrick 1989 Greater Cairo Wastewater Project drill cores. And we can see that there's a lot of modification to the plateau and the area around it, including coring of the bedrock to a depth of more than 12 meters, dredging basins and waterways to divert the Khufu branch of the Nile to run right up to the base of these settlements. And then from the 5th and 6th dynasties, we see these canals and waterways begin to fill in on the eastern side with Nile alluvium and on the west with sand, which gives us kind of three main indicators that there was river shift, there was no maintenance by the local inhabitants of these settlements, and then more general climate change. So onto our case study. Since it was discovered in 1988 by Mark Lehner, Ancient Egypt Research Associates has been excavating Haid al-Ghurab. We've uncovered about 10 hectares of settlement and infrastructure that all supported Giza pyramid building and the necropolis, all behind the monumental wall of the Crow right here, which separated it from the rest of the necropolis and possibly protected it from wadi floods. So what we see is kind of the footprint of the royal administration pyramid building with different infrastructure such as barracks, bakeries, storage places, corrals, craft workshops, and then a lagoon to the south for local deliveries. So Haid al-Ghurab tells a dramatic story of the shift of people and environmental conditions between the 4th and 5th dynasties during a transition period between two stable environmental states. So soon after the royal house left and moved to Abu Sir and Saqqara in the 5th dynasty, people deconstructed the site. They took out wooden posts for the ceilings, robbed mud brick and fieldstone from walls, and then blocked rooms and filled them in with trash before leaving. And soon after, forces of erosion cut down the site from waist to ankle level across its entire exposure. And then we see that the material was blown away, leaving an undulating horizontal section from which we can map the Old Kingdom walls. And then when conditions stabilized, we have 4 to 5 meters of wind-deposited sand that accumulated on top of the site and kept it covered from view until the modern era. And we see those sand dumps right here. We clear them off every season before starting to dig. So what we see is a shift between two stable climate states, one moister at the end of the African humid period, green Sahara period, Saharan wet period, whatever you like to call it, and then the next drier with hot winds that slice through this abandoned site like a buzzsaw. So when we're excavating, the walls show up pretty clearly with plaster still attached on the mud brick or fieldstone, which tells us that the site was not left open for very long, because I'm sure any of us who dig settlement know how quickly things melt when they're exposed. So in parts of the site, we also have backhoe trenches where sand mining projects by locals have bitten chunks out of the site. which is unfortunate for its preservation, but it is a bit of a lucky break for us because we get to see the deep stratigraphy without having to dig through the floors ourselves. And I'll come back to that in a minute. But upslope from Haid el-Ghurab, on the escarpment of the Mahdi Formation, we see the phase transition between these two environmental states and how quickly it happened. So we have a lot of 5th dynasty mastabas in the workers' cemetery, which are buried in sand and remain quite well preserved. You can see here, lower down on the escarpment, we have tombs here from the 5th dynasty that were built directly on top of walls here of Haid el-Ghurab that continue underneath these tombs. So we see here as well, this is house unit 1 of the western town of Haid el-Ghurab, and we have the walls of the house with plaster lines very clearly showing, going directly underneath this 5th dynasty mastaba. So we have late 4th dynasty occupation and soon replaced by 5th dynasty tombs. So somehow these ruins were cut down already when this mastaba was built. And we think this is through a combination of controlled demolition after royal occupation, as I said, taking anything that was useful, blocking in rooms and filling them with trash. And then after scouring by episodic hard rain, hot wind, and sand. Going to the northeast of the site, we find similarly cut down architecture, which transitioned into calcified sand fill. So what we're seeing is the site starting to slope down towards a dredged basin. And when sand infilled during the 5th dynasty, highly calcareous sand, it started to replace the settlement remains. So we can see in some areas there's still articulation of walls, but as soon as you start to dig it, you realize that it's not actually mud brick anymore. It's just layers of sand. Elsewhere in the northeast of the site, we have Nile flood laminae, which are very rare to find in the floodplain because they're often destroyed for agriculture. And they tell us a bit about what environmental change occurred right after the site was abandoned. At some point, the edges of those canals and harbors I showed you earlier changed, and Nile alluvium began to run over areas of the site that were previously protected from inundation. We see here as well, we see possibly 5th dynasty calcareous sand fill being replaced with Nile flood laminae. And we have layers of kind of silt sand telling us about seasonality at the site as well. You'd have, during the flood period, Nile alluvium coming in, and then during the dry period of the year, layers of Aeolian sand from the high desert. And in the upper levels of these laminae, we've found Greco-Roman pottery, which gives us kind of a timeline of how long it took for the flood laminae to fill up this basin to the level of the rest of the town. It's about 2.5 thousand years of slowly silting up until it's replaced again by that thick layer of Aeolian sand. Returning to the backhoe trenches, you can see the teeth of a backhoe here that have made this giant trench through the site. And they kind of give us a unique opportunity to look at what's going on beneath the floors of the site without destroying it ourselves. During our 2001 and 2002 field seasons, Carl Butzer came to look at the geomorphology of the area, and he was very excited by what he saw. At one point, he exclaimed to Mark, "I'm bursting synapses all over." So we're going to take a quick look at what he found. So underneath the main phase of Haid el-Ghurab, we have an early settlement, possibly dating to the time of Khufu. This could be the source of the material that we find in the Cromer dump, dated to the time of Khufu and Khafre, but clearly destroyed with no foundations found. And then we have the main phase of Haid el-Ghurab here, which has been cut down. And since we are in the northeast corner of the site, we also have these sand silt laminae that built up afterwards. And then you'll have to imagine this a bit because we removed it to excavate, but 4 to 5 meters of clean windblown sand on top. Carl also gave us an idea about what happened to the site exactly after it was scoured. Where elsewhere in the northeast, we have a nice articulated Old Kingdom wall right here that begins to dissolve at the top into what he termed settlement sludge, perhaps showing Nile or Wadi inundation after the site was scoured that began to take things apart at the very top here. He also found between this older occupation phase and the main phase potential layers of fluvial sand, possibly indicating that there was fluvial activity at Hydrological between these two site constructions. So after Hydrological was abandoned, we see settlement at Giza coalesce into the Menkare Valley Temple and the Kentkaways town here, perched on the shoulder of the central wadi. So at the edge of Kentkaways town between 2007 and 2012, ERA excavated a prong of a forked basin that fronted directly onto the combined pyramid town. We have a model of that here, which you'd see it's accessed by the monumental ramp of the Menkare Valley Temple. This model is also made with data from the AMBRIC 1989 Greater Cairo Wastewater Project core drillings. And I'm going to show you right here, just in the corner, our next slide, the silo building complex. So to the side of the basin, we uncovered the silo building complex. There are a lot of large houses in the Kentkaways town. This one is a bit different because, as you can see in the corner here, we have 5 grain silos and a large bakery, indicating that this was a combined storage and production area. And in this building, we find ceilings of Menkare, Sohure, Neferirkare, Renefref, and Nusere. So we know that for sure the site was open between the 4th and mid-5th dynasty, but then we know that just as suddenly it shut down. So after the time of Nusere, we see the Giza basins that they had worked so hard to dredge and bring the Nile up to the edge of the towns. We see that they start filling in with sand. And we see, so the silo building complex was found in this mud mass here. And here's what it looked like after excavation. And in the sediments of the basin fill here, our head ceramicist, Anya Budzinska, found pottery that dates from the time of the Old Kingdom or maybe even the first intermediate period. So we know that this basin began filling in long before that, and that this filling in of sand continued until the end of the Old Kingdom. So the cut-down profile that I mentioned at Haid al-Garab, and as you saw at the silo building complex, is common around the base of the Giza Plateau. We see just a kind of horizontal cut or downward kind of slope through mud brick architecture. And we don't find any sand silt intercalation or mud brick collapse layers that you would expect to see from a site that has been left open to the elements to deflate. So the settlement ruins have been cut down and scoured, again, likely by that process of human-caused pre-demolition, and then environmental forces come in to finish the job. And then, again, several meters of clean sand accumulates over ruins from the time of Khafre to Nusere. So we're talking about 2 sites that have been abandoned by the middle of the 5th dynasty, but we see that that is not the case for the Menkare Valley Temple or the upper section of the Kentkaways town, which turned into a combined complex. So occupation here continued a lot longer because it was supported by the royal administration, and the cult service was renewed at least once. So we see the Shepsiskaf decree, which endows the Menkare Valley Temple and gives it patronage. So it's entitled to daily deliveries of supplies directly from the royal administration. And then we see it renewed again in the Pepi II decree here. So we see continued royal investment in and support of the temple that ensured its ongoing survival in the face of accelerating environmental change. So what exactly are these changes? Well, it was first theorized by Reisner that when Menkare began his causeway in giant mud brick blocks, he changed the natural flow of water down the Macadam Formation and into the central wadi. We see here a drainage swale where water would go straight down into the central wadi, but the construction of the Menkare pyramid and his causeway forced water to go down the side of the causeway instead and smack straight into the back of the Menkare Valley Temple. So we have a causeway and a temple made of mud brick that are now a major conduit for floodwater during periods of rain. So this is here we see there's environmental change, but also unintended consequences of human intervention in the landscape, which intensified the threats that this temple was facing. So what do we see in the archaeological record for this? Reisner excavated the Menkare Valley Temple from 1908 to 1911 and identified 2 major phases of construction. So Menkaure began the temple in massive limestone core blocks, and then Shetsheskov hastily finished it in mud brick. And you can see that here as the green portion of the temple, its first construction. Then in the 5th dynasty, Reisner saw a flood that destroyed the Menkaure Valley Temple, and he theorized that it was reconstructed in the 6th dynasty, maybe by Pepi II, again in mud brick. And you can see the additions here in orange and with the so-called water wall at the edge. So ERA has been investigating the Menkaure Valley Temple since 2005, and we've identified 3 major phases of construction. So we have the first temple, which was cut down. We find the same thing that Reisner did at about 0.5 meters tall. We're not sure if this is because of flash flooding or if it was leveling to be rebuilt. We see the second construction here, which lasted until the mid-5th dynasty. And this would have been the heyday of the temple around the same time as the silo building complex. So we see ceilings from Shetsheskov to Nusere and perhaps Djedkare Assesi. And you also see in the central court here, more architecture coming in, smaller silos, more settlement. So we've got kind of more intense occupation at the Menkaure Valley Temple. It was this middle temple that also sustained the major flood that Reisner first identified that caused people to abandon it for a period of time. So we see a massive flood coming in at the top here, right at the back of the temple along the causeway. And yeah, this is environmental changes and also anthropogenic change, massive quarrying, change of drainage systems within the plateau. So we're saying, can we relate this to the phase transition I mentioned earlier? Bunbury in 2009 said, during the Saharan wet period, grasses, shrubs, and other plant life that stabilized the wadis by holding and absorbing rainwater in the soil. When the rain belt began to move south, hinterland vegetation collapsed, and the now more intermittent rains destabilized the denuded wadi sands and washed them into the floodplain. So we see here Bunbury's relating the southward movement of the intertropical convergence zone and the aridification of the Saharan interior with increased flash flooding at Giza, especially because there's now nothing to hold water or alien material in the wadi during times of rain. It all just goes straight down onto the floodplain. So ironically, as Giza became drier, it experienced worse and more flash flooding. Next, we have Dufton and Branton, who said kind of during this transition between the two states, the floors of wadis became less stable at the times of rainfall, resulting in wadi washout, where the wadi moves as a slurry of stones and water, carrying away buildings and other occupations. Eventually, with continued cooling, rainfall ceased altogether, and the wadis restabilized, but with no vegetation, forming desert conditions as in the Sahara today. So what we're looking at in this period of Giza is the area highlighted in red, where we have a very unstable wadi that's moving more material than usual. So after the second temple destruction, we have the renewal of the Menkaure Valley Temple, and it essentially becomes a walled village with an ante-temple, a vestibule, and a sanctuary left of the old temple. By now, sand has filled in the Giza basins, as I mentioned before, so we have an additional hydrological threat, which is that there's no more water. So they have to dig down and make wells in the temple to reach the groundwater. So there's all this water around, not a drop to drink. And then continuing right outside, continuing outside, we also have flooding. So there's a lot going on with the hydrology here. So around the same time, outside, we see sand continuing to fill the basins and then starting to fill the walkways and ramps around the outside of the Menkaure Valley Temple. So people are now, to access this town, walking over sand. And basically anything that isn't being actively cleared out is being covered in these Aeolian sand deposits. Now, so late in the third temple, we see that there are still flash floods. And people living at the temple have built this water wall on the outside in fieldstone on the north and west sides of the temple to try and give it further protection from flash floods, as it was, again, rebuilt in mud brick. We also see that the NEH hole here, which was a well, has been filled in with sand and the altar enclosure wall extended over it, so it's no longer an active well. And then continuing outside, we see flood streams begin to cut channels through architecture without being repaired. And you can see right here, we've got the first temple with the floor level there, middle temple and the massive flood event, and then the third temple and the water wall right there. So then we have some photogrammetry of the southeast corner, this same trench, which I think gives a very clear view of, we've kind of got the foundations of quarry crush, first temple, second, third built on top of this layer of flood debris and the second temple, and then finally the water wall built kind of on top of the foundations of the third temple here. So then we have the final phase of the Menkare Valley Temple, where they start trying to control the path of these floods after they hit the back of the temple. So the flood has started to create this kind of what we call the canyon cut across the ramp here and here. And instead of trying to reconstruct architecture, like this 6th Dynasty gate structure that has collapsed, they've instead decided to start using the canyon and trying to direct it to see if they can control the path of floodwater. So we see that outside the temple, we've got the ruined gate structure here, and just keep an eye on this deposit for the next photo. We have a massive deposit of 6th Dynasty pottery that's right here in the channel of the cut after it's come out of the water tank. So we're seeing that while they can't keep the floods from happening or keep them from destroying architecture, they can kind of repurpose the channels that the floods are creating to try and direct them back into the central wadi and away from the architecture they really do need to keep. So you see that as well here, trying to create turns and different deposits of gravel and up here pottery to try and redirect the flood path, which, as you can see, throughout the 6th Dynasty continues to grow and cut into this ramp. So here we have Sondage 144 from our 2021 and 2024 field seasons. It's in the corner between the causeway and the back wall of the Menkare Valley Temple and the sanctuary, so right in the area that was hit first by these floodwaters during the massive flood event of the Second Temple. So we see very clearly, these are about the levels that we can see here. And you can see throughout the stratigraphy here, we've got a record of settlement and continuous rebuilding, and then right next to it, sediments, water-sorted gravel and sand, showing us that there is continuous fluvial activity during these times. And here, we're going to finish with a view of Sondage 144, about 300 years of environmental change from the core blocks set by Menkare's builders in the late 4th Dynasty, all the way to the 3rd Temple, which was abandoned at the end of the 6th Dynasty. And then right next to it, water-sorted silt and gravel above this quarry debris, showing that throughout the temple's life, it continued to deal with flash flooding and material from the plateau. So here is our 4.2 Ka BP event at Giza. Not a single rapid event, but a phase transition that took hundreds of years to complete. Both human and environmental changes spurred continuous change here. It's a story of the co-creation of issues that ended in the abandonment at the end of the 6th Dynasty of all 3 sites. And what we kind of got from looking at this most was collapse depends on how you define it. You know, I personally would look at it as release and reorganization of resources and infrastructure, which we see first within Giza with the abandonment of Hydrological and the reconcentration of resources around the Menkare Valley Temple and the Kent Kaways town. We also see that with the moving of the royal house to Abusir and Saqqara, the human support for these settlements changes over time, and that plays a large factor in whether or not they continue, because these are all 3 supplied settlements. So although the term collapse kind of evokes a sudden failure or discontinuity, we see here that it's unfolded slowly and unevenly. It affected different areas at different times, and human actions play a large contribution in holding off collapse at the Menkare Valley Temple, where settlement continued for hundreds of years in the path of danger from 2 different major flood sources. And then where human action kind of brought on the collapse of a site at Heidelgarab, where at the end of the 4th Dynasty, the settlement was abandoned and then rapidly degraded and cut down. So the Old Kingdom collapse at Giza was not a moment in time, but the culmination of a 300-year-long process. And it's an opportunity here to see that in a very small area, we see kind of how uneven environmental change can be when you're looking at broader regional models. This doesn't show up as much, but it shows, looking at a more local level, shows a more detailed and kind of complex view of what environmental change looked like for an everyday person. So I'd like to thank Dr. Bárta and Dr. Weiss for letting me present today. And thank you to Mark for allowing me to co-author with him and to give this presentation to all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there any question?
It was absolutely marvelous. Thank you for this talk. Really great. I was just thinking about the abandonment of the temple and the site in connection with Abu Sir, where the evidence says that in the temple of Raneferef, the activity stops by the end of the reign of Pepi II. So might it be even connected with, or I think it is connected also with the break of the system. With the death of Pepi II, there was no more state support to these temples, so it was probably not just the climate change that forced the people to leave the place, but the complete system that supported economically these royal buildings like the mortuary temples and the royal cult. So it might be all, or it was probably interconnected. Yeah, can you see that even in the other mortuary temples in Giza, that there was something like that?
So I'm not sure about, I don't know if we know about Khufu and Khafre, the temples there, but definitely this is a story of kind of co-created human and environmental change, and especially provisioning by the royal administration does matter a lot, because we know that all of these sites were provisioned. They didn't support themselves. I'm going to volley to Mark if you have any comments.
You were suggesting maybe the death of Pepi II was the proximal cause for this temple and many other temples to go out of phase. And, the decree of Pepi II is dated to the 36th occasion, which would be rather late in his reign. And then they have all the decrees at Coptos where they're trying to keep things going. And, I think it's a good possibility that the patronage of the royal house just extinguished. But also, we were presenting this in a way not to strike an opinion about climate change or causes. As Daphne has said, we think we see multiple causes. But just kind of the spirit in presenting this is to people like Dr. Weiss, Dr. Bárta, all of you, because Daphne is working with geoscience specialists at Edinburgh, but I'm not one of those. And we're kind of, here's our exposure. We had in the conference one exposure in a tomb shaft, I think from Karen Soada at a Saqqara. And other than that, I think it's the only exposure other than that and the Hydrological, what we've presented here, these are the only real exposures that are non-temple, non-funerary, non-tomb related. These are the only exposures of actual sediments, and in this case, in settlement, so far presented at the conference. And so we're kind of presenting this to say, here's this site record. What do you all make of it? How should we interpret it in terms of you historians, you linguists, and you geoscientists?
Okay, thank you very much.
Online question from the chat. Can you hypothesize as to the first signs of environmental change they would have noticed in the 5th dynasty?
I think we see pretty soon. I'm sure Mark has ideas too. I think definitely the lack of maintenance for the Giza canals. This is highly engineered infrastructure that they put a whole lot of effort into, diverting a branch of the Nile directly to the base of the Giza plateau. So I think it is a pretty striking change that you see it start to fill up with sand and Nile alluvium, meaning that it's no longer being maintained at that level. I think also what we see up on the escarpment of the Mahdi Formation with the construction of these 5th dynasty mastabas that seem almost immediately covered in sand because they're very well preserved, even though they're entirely made of mud brick. And Mark, do you have?
It's a really good question. The model of water transport infrastructure that we've shown and published is to a large extent on the basis of the AMBRIC, American-British consortium that put in a wastewater project for the Cairo West Bank in the late 1980s. They did 77 core drillings that were marvelously recorded. They were actually recorded in terms of elevation above sea level, sediments, particle size, recorded far better actually than many archaeological core drillings. But, and Daphne's using that in her dissertation along with her faculty at Edinburgh. But we used those. Now those core drillings were studied by Karl Butzer and published by Butzer, and Love, Serena Love, in a 2013 article in the Journal of Archaeological Science. Karl Butzer's interpretation of wadi flooding that destroyed the Heitel Garab site is, with all due respect, wrong, but his treatment of the Amber core drillings is very worthwhile. And what Karl was missing were ancient structures that actually define the outlines of those basins, which tend to agree with some of the descriptions in Wadi al-Jarf. But the reconstruction of those basins had to do with very deep silt. So there's an average Pleistocene, Holocene kind of boundary at about 7 meters above sea level, where it just turns from sand and gravel into silt, concentrated silt. But within those basins, in the confines, as I say, also determined by ancient walls of the 4th dynasty, the silt goes down to like 3 meters above sea level, extraordinarily deep. And Karl Butzer noticed this. But that filling with silt is itself one of the first signs of environmental change. Obviously, the basins are not being maintained. And I think a lot of the changes that Daphne has talked about and that we're talking about also relate to the movement of the river. Whether there was a Western Nile channel, did it move, was it the trunk channel? Was it one of the branches? Did it move east, the way David Jeffries and the Survey of Memphis have been arguing? Did it start east and move west, the way Fikri Hassan has argued? But generally, the filling of those basins was silt. And then later, sand, further you go to the west, that's kind of the first sign that things are changing and they are aware of it and taking measures to get themselves to the temples and into the Western Necropolis.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we have more questions. We have a question in the hall, so we can wait for the chat.
Daphne, thank you so much for that very interesting presentation. I wanted to ask a question about related to the weather event that we had in the tomb of Inumin at Saqqara. So it was essentially aeolian sand as the bottom level, as we saw from the section, with this rain event that had melted mud brick structures inside the shaft and in the courtyard. Did you find anything similar to? Did you find this event at Giza in your stratigraphy? We dated this, by the way, to obviously post Old Kingdom, and we actually had some stratigraphic markers within the shaft itself that helped us to date the event that we saw in the burial chamber. But I think it was somewhere in the sort of first half of the first intermediate period. So I wonder whether you actually came across the same event in this excavation.
From what I know, what we've mainly found is that the ruins have been cut and quickly covered in sand. Not a lot of degradation, it seems, before the site was covered. I think, Mark, do you? Sorry.
So that's a very interesting point, Karen. So you're in the first intermediate period in a sand-silt boundary that's very distinct down in a tomb shaft. Here, the sand-silt boundary has to be post-Menkaure. Very quickly, the site was abandoned, and you don't have intercalated sand and silt that you would have in corridors, rooms, and so on, with settlement structures that were left derelict. So that, let's assume the downcutting that allows us to map the site for free just as soon as we clear away the sand, that happened shortly after the 4th dynasty. Daphne showed tombs from Dr. Zahi Hawass's so-called workers' cemetery, which probably started by the workers of the pyramids, but certainly some of the tombs, the ones she showed, are probably 5th dynasty. So the downcutting at Heitel Garab was partly human, definitely human. We find walls that are robbed out all the way to bottom of the trench for the wall, and the plaster is left on the sides of the trench. They took the bricks out. So it's clear that there's human and also environmental downcutting. So that would have been post-Menkare. But the Silo building complex, as we said, was occupied from Menkare. We have ceilings from Menkare all the way through to Niuserre. Now, maybe it goes into Djedkare Assesi. So that smooth cut settlement there, that's definitely post-mid-5th dynasty. But, you know, between Menkare and Niuserre, you have 50 years. And this downcutting, this buzzsaw, I think it's a phase transition. You still have rains, we've seen these events while we work at Giza. We've seen mud bricks melt from torrential rain and flooding. We've seen how it then dries and turns into flakes and blows away. So we've seen this downcutting. It was happening probably over a 50-year period, from the end of Menkare's reign to the end of Niuserre, maybe into Djedkare Assesi. But we see that boundary there, and back to Karen, not in the first intermediate period, as traditionally defined, chronologically.
Like just to have a remark, thanks for the wonderful talk. Coming back to Niuserre, to whom you've been referring several times, there is explicit evidence that the ancient Egyptians were aware of the incoming climate change as a process, because it's Niuserre, when we have for the first time attestations of new relief motifs in the tombs that reflect on the encroachment of the desert. And from Niuserre on, we have like 12, 15 different scenes in the tombs from the second half of the 5th dynasty and from the early 6th dynasty. And it's completely new. So they all of a sudden realize there is something happening with our savanna-like environment. So that just endorses your argument.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a really good talk. I appreciated that. I think your talk also, to reinforce some of the points made yesterday, Alejandro said the geography and the geology is different all along the river. And Mark talked about a north-south divide. You can't see something as a whole block. And then Richard's talk yesterday showed the first intermediate sites that didn't know, they collapsed. And so I think it's important that we have to study each site independently, so that, because the event had a different impact along the whole river. So it was really good, thank you. And to add to Miroslav's point, there are certain scenes that he said were added to the wall scenes from Niuserre onwards, and there are others that were taken away, like gardening scenes and things like that, because it didn't seem to be something that happened in that arid times. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for this brilliant talk. And it's really impressive how closely we move to human-environment interaction with the detailed recording of these events. I was also wondering then what kind of climate event is really relevant to discussing collapse. So there might be localized events, so partially building also on the previous comment. What it is really what we need. Is it low flood levels? Is it precipitation changing? What exactly is it? Some of the events that you showed, I suppose, are local events. So if they are if there is water material washing down, that hasn't caused, and you haven't argued this, but this hasn't caused the collapse of the Old Kingdom. But this is, I think, a general question for the discussion. What is the kind of climate event that is needed to change society as a whole instead of just ruining buildings or so? It's not at all a critique of this absolutely wonderful results, but a more general question.
Oh, thank you. I think that really illustrates kind of how we can't look at it as just an environmental or just a human problem. I think, especially with all these climate events at Giza, what you see is just kind of consistent chipping away at resilience, and kind of seeing to what limit can you continue to rebuild, to absorb change, to kind of adapt to what's going on, adapt the environment around you, or adapt your own behavior. And then at what point does it stop becoming something that you want to keep investing in? Or what other external factors are there, kind of with the royal administration as well? yes, I think that really highlights kind of the unevenness of the 4.2 Ka event around Egypt, and kind of, I love looking at, I'm half geosciences, I love looking at the large trends, and I think there's so much to get out of them. But I do really enjoy as well looking at kind of the much more granular, like we see a kind of uneven presentation at these events at the hyperlocal level. So yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I cannot say no to the organizer.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Mark as well for these fantastic decades of excavation and exploration in and around Giza that I really, and everybody appreciate. The alterations that you've outlined so very clearly are all pre-4.2 KABP event alterations, and therefore very important for understanding the local evolution of Giza society. Subsequent to all of this, there is, however, this rather different alteration, different in scale, different in origin, and different in its effects, which I think is quite different qualitatively from the very carefully detailed alterations that you've presented here. So, to address Richard's question, I think Megadrought over decades, reducing Nile flow by 20 or 30%, really occurs subsequent to Giza and subsequent to the 6th dynasty, and really is what makes for the alteration that is proximate source of Nile flow. Mostly because of the availability of satellite air mass back trajectories, that is the daily observation of the Earth's atmosphere and the way in which moisture flux is transported, and the way in which we now understand very definitively the source of Nile flow, which was really not available to us to understand for the past 2 centuries, and is actually a revolution in our understanding of the Earth's surface, as well as our understanding of moisture flux across the Mediterranean and into West Asia, moisture flux on the Indian subcontinent, moisture flux across the East Asian summer monsoon and China, which is very complex and far more complex than our situation. But nevertheless, it's moisture flux, and our understanding now that it is really only the water that collects at the northern base of the Ethiopian plateau that is the source of Nile flow. And if you take that out, there is no Nile flow. It's just finito. And the source of that is the Indian summer monsoon. No Indian summer monsoon, no water collection at the base of the Ethiopian plateau, which is where the Indian summer monsoon hits and creates this huge body of water seasonally that floods Ethiopia and then goes back and floods India. But it's that water which is 90% of Nile flow as measured at the delta. And when that is deflected, when that Indian summer monsoon is deflected, it's the end of Giza. It's the end of the delta. It's these huge alterations in the quantity of cultivable land along the banks of the Nile, which is some order of magnitude different than everything that happened during the Old Kingdom, and which actually marks its termination. So it's those air mass back trajectories that are totally wild and paradigm altering. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Daphne. So we are going to continue more or less on time. with the lecture presented by Hana Vymazalová, but also co-authored by Mohamed Megahed. So it's Djedkare's necropolis during the first intermediate period, collapse or continuity.
So thank you, Alejandro, and thank you, Harvey and Mirek, for organizing this really lovely event with a lot of discussion, which I think all of us really appreciate. We will now continue in the pyramid fields with our talk with Mohamed, but we will take you a little bit south from Giza to Saqqara, to South Saqqara, to the pyramid cemetery of Djedkare. And in my paper, because there is quite a mixed audience and also online audience, we would first like to a little bit introduce our project, Djedkare project, headed by Mohamed here. And after that, we will present to you some very preliminary overview of evidence we have about the period that is under discussion in this meeting. Now, Djedkare's necropolis, for those who by any chance wouldn't know, is at the Memphite cemetery. So it's part of the main cemeteries of the modern Cairo, let's say near the modern Cairo. It was located at South Saqqara on a hill directly to the west of the ancient capital in Abu Hajj. And very importantly, directly west of the temple of Ptah, where we presume its existence. And it seems very likely that this was one of the reasons why Djedkare decided to build his pyramid complex at this very place, and why he decided to move quite far away from the place where his predecessors were buried, so either in Abu Sir or in central Saqqara. And also his successor was actually buried back in the central Saqqara. So Djedkare must have had quite a strong reason to come here. It seems, apparently, that he used a different way to legitimize his rule than his predecessor or successor. As for Djedkare himself, we have very little evidence about the king, about him as a person, about his origin, about his family. So all of you probably know that he ascended to the throne following the reigns of Niusera and Menkaure, but his parentage remains unknown to us. In the 1940s, some human remains were found in his pyramid by Abdesalam Hussein. And they were studied by anatomist Ahmed Betravi first, who examined them and concluded that they do belong to Djedkare himself. These remains were later studied again by our Czech colleague Eugen Strouhal, together with Mohamed Gabala, and they concluded that the king died about the age of 45 to 60 years. Now, another evidence we have about Djedkare's reign are the attested dates of cattle count and years after the cattle count. I think we already touched the subject during this meeting. And this is, of course, a very useful information for us when we try to study the king's reign, but the dates can be interpreted in different ways. So this evidence actually shows that Djedkare reigned for the minimum of 29 years, which is the number of the years of and after cattle count that is attested, but possibly up to 44 years if we count that the cattle count was every 2 years repeated. So depending on how we interpret the cattle count dates, and this is of course an ongoing debate, but until now, or until recently, nothing much was really known about Djedkare himself, about his family, his wife, his children. And that started to change now. Of course, all of you have heard that we know about many officials from Djedkare's reign. Of course, he did rule quite long enough, so that we can even date many things into his own period. So we do know his high officials, his middle officials, plenty of them, including his viziers. For instance, his viziers, they were buried at Saqqara and central Saqqara and in Giza, so elsewhere from the king, a little bit far from the king, so in the more traditional parts of the Memphite cemeteries. Like you see here some examples, the tomb of Rashepses or inscriptions from the tomb of Rashepses or Sennacherib Inti. And these officials also inform us about various favors that the king gave them or allowed them in the letters that the king actually addressed to them, and they carved it in the tombs they built. So this is something a little bit special about Djedkare, but still, until recently, nothing was really known about the king. What we could trace were the changes that happened in his reign, like the administrative changes of religion and burial customs. Yes, we can say that, but what was actually happening there? And surprisingly,
not only didn't we really know much about his family of the king, but we also did not know much about the pyramid complex of Djedkare. So the major monument of the reign of Djedkare has not been known or properly studied until very recently. It was excavated, though, twice by Egyptian archaeological missions within the pyramid project of the Antiquities Service. First in 1946 by Abdeslam Hussein, whom I already mentioned, and later in 1952 by Ahmed Fakhri. Now, each of them worked on the site for only one season. Hussein cleaned most of the king's funerary temple, and Fakhri the temple of the queen on its north side, and some mastabas and shafts by the king's causeway that we will still talk about today. Neither of them ever came back, and they never published the results. So, however, we did find some archival photographs from their work that can at least inform us or show us a few points, few views on the excavation at that time. Now, these archives are kept partly in Milano and partly in Chicago today. At the same time, we knew that there were many finds and many relief fragments collected in the site during these excavations. And these were actually dispersed in several storerooms of the Supreme Council of Antiquities in different parts of Egypt, so nobody could really access them for many, many years. So in 2010, Mohamed started the Djedkare project that is running until today, with the aim to first locate and document the relief fragments from this site. And soon after, he decided that in order to understand the original context, we should also clean and document the preserved architecture of Djedkare's pyramid complex at South Saqqara. And, of course, very importantly, to consolidate it, because the pyramid itself, especially its substructure, was in very bad state of preservation. So we wanted to protect the monument as best as we can. So Mohamed's hope was that the information gained from the material from the royal necropolis will actually help us better understand the transformations and innovations during Djedkare's reign. So instead of new discoveries, he first focused on what the monument itself needed. The consolidation of the king's pyramid and documentation of his funerary temple was done part by part, piece by piece, over 10 years. So we finished it in 2020. Mohamed also, at the same time, carried out a totally detective work to locate and find relief fragments all over the Egyptian storerooms. And he did manage to move them back to Saqqara in about 2018 or 19, and back to the necropolis itself in 2022. So now they are actually back to where they originated. The precise ground plan of the pyramid complex was published in 2020, and it helped us to correct some of the inaccuracies from the previously available plan that was published by Vito Maragiolio and Celeste Rinaldi in 1960s and 70s, and it was actually used by every scholar since that time until recently. So we, of course, have the King's Pyramid. It's not shown in the slide, with the so-called serdab in the substructure. And now we know that it's not a serdab, but storerooms, as was confirmed recently by Egyptian mission working in Sahora's pyramid complex of Dr. Mohamed Ismail Khalid. And on the slide here, you can see the funerary temple, the actual plan of the funerary temple. So we have here the vestibule, the north and south massif, and storerooms on the sides of the vestibule. We have the open courtyard with 18 columns and the so-called massifs, as I said. We have the northern portico, which will be very important for our talk in a while, and the south enigmatic building, which is sort of unique for Djedkare's funerary temple, in the south part of this part. And the inner temple included the usual components like the offering room, the 5 niches for statues, the square antechamber, and vestibules and storerooms. Also, we documented the North Chapel and the cult pyramid by our mission. Now, in 2018, we extended our work for the first time to the area outside the funerary temple, to the area north of the northern portico of the king, and towards the pyramid of the so-called anonymous queen at that time. This monument is also very interesting because it was the largest pyramid built for a queen in the Old Kingdom, and it does have very unusual features which are not so much queenly, rather a little bit kingly. And these features were studied and discussed in very detail already in 1989 by Peter Janoshi, who is a member of our team as well. The owner of this pyramid was, however, not known, and scholars did present many possible explanations and interpretation who this queen could be. She could be the mother of Djedkare, maybe she was the wife of Djedkare, she could have been mother of his successor or even regent for some time, and so on and so on. Even there was a suggestion that the pyramid complex would be reused in the first immediate period by one of the late kings. But now all these suggestions were actually equally possible and equally valid until 2018, and then everything changed. Because our work answered this one important question: who was the queen? We did confirm that she was the wife of Djedkare, and her name was Seti Hor. Well, that's really cool, right? Like, we were very excited to do that. But of course, you know, new questions emerged. So with answering one question, you get 100 of new questions, as all of us know very well. So, like, we know who was the queen, but who actually was she? Yeah? Where did she come from? Why did she have the largest monument in the Old Kingdom? So she must have played quite an important role during Djedkare's reign, very probably helped legitimizing his rule, but that's more or less about what we can say at this moment. So we are still searching for new evidence that will help us answer some of these questions. Anyway, she seems to be connected to the Abusir kings. Her name, which is very symbolic by itself, actually somehow indicates her connection to Menkau Hor. So this could have been her sort of power. In 2018 and 20, we uncovered the south part of her pyramid complex and actually also the space between the kings and the queens complexes. And for the first time, we proved that they were actually architecturally independent. We found her portico, the portico of her temple, on the south side of the pyramid, so not traditionally on the east, and it was facing directly the portico of the king's temple. Now, very nicely behind the portico directly were 3 niches for statues of the queen. So the statues of the queen were actually facing the temple of the king and probably facing the offering bearers who would be coming from there. Now, we also have some parts of the decoration of Seti Hor's portico preserved. It can be partly reconstructed from some blocks that were found in the area. And we can say that its north wall shows the queen with the female attendants and female offering bearers, and with a winged solar disk above her head. And this itself is a very strong royal symbol. Now, on the east wall of the portico bore male offering bearers. So she does have the females nearer to her figure, but she does have the male offering bearers on foot and boat a little bit farther on a different wall. And we also have some other relief fragments which even show female officials with titles. So we do have female inspectors, we do have female seal bearers of the queen. And this actually seems to show that she had quite a nice group of female staff taking care of her during her life and probably, maybe, during her afterlife. In 2022, we cleaned the Queen's pyramid substructure for the first time, and this slide shows the very bad state of preservation of her monument. And this was, of course, caused by reusing the nice white limestone blocks in later periods. So actually what you see here are not the walls of the substructure, but the walls behind the casing of the substructure. So this is the rough construction. But because the casing was not there anymore, we actually could see the outlines drawn by the builders. So despite the state of preservation, we could very nicely reconstruct the original layout and size of the substructure rooms. And we could see that she is the first king with the so-called sardab, which actually is a storeroom on the east side. And she also has a nice canopic pit, and we could reconstruct where the sarcophagus was placed and how big it was. And what is important to notice is that she is the first queen with this substructure plan attested, and she apparently set the example or served as a role model for later queens of the 6th dynasty. So in the picture underneath, in the plan, you can see the plan of the pyramids of queens of Pepi I. And Pepi I, of course, built his pyramid just next to Djedkare, so they are like 150 meters away from Seti Hor, and they apparently copied the same layout of the substructure after our Seti Hor. In 2019, we started to explore the surrounding necropolis. Until that time, only very few tombs of late 6th dynasty date have been known in this necropolis besides the king and the queen. And they were excavated by Ahmed Fakhri. I will come back to them in a little bit. But for the first time, we uncovered here tombs of Djedkare's contemporaries. So until now, we find 3 mastabas. To the east of the Queen's Pyramid, directly and probably aligned with her substructure, was the tomb of the eldest son of Djedkare and Seti Bhor. His name was Isesi Ankh. To the northwest of the Queen was another son of the king named Merinecher Isesi, but this tomb was not yet fully explored. We are still working there. Next to Isesi Ankh, just north of it, and literally half a meter away from Isesi Ankh's tomb, was the tomb of Hui, which probably all of you know, so I will not really show here any pictures for those who were hoping to see some. Hui did not have the title of king's son, but we do think he belonged to the wider royal family. Maybe he belonged to the next generation, because his tomb is a little bit later. And what is nice for us already with these very few tombs, actually, we can see some developments here, some innovative features. So the 2 sons of the king, Isesi Ankh and Merinecher Isesi, had apparently large tombs with many inner rooms and a T-shaped burial chambers, accessed from the north by descending corridors. Now, Hui's tomb, in comparison, had a much simpler superstructure with a smaller chapel only with 3 rooms. But for the first time, he had decorated underground chamber. And this is, together with Rashepse's tomb in North Saqqara, the first attestation or first evidence known so far of decorated underground chambers. And we are talking about the period before the first pyramid texts were carved in Unas pyramid. Now, this is the current stage of exploration of the 5th dynasty necropolis of Djedkare. And we have no doubts that there are many, many more tombs. We actually know about quite a lot of them because you can see their walls under the sand. So if anybody is interested to sort of fund our project, we will be very happy to oblige to excavate another tomb or 2. But now we can turn our attention to still some other evidence that provide us information about the following period development. So what happened after the king was buried here and his family was buried here and the cult started. So we do have some inscriptions that were already recorded by Maraggiolo Rinaldi, and they were carved or incised in the pavement of the king's temple in the area near to its entrance. So where you come from the causeway and you actually turn left to go to the South Massif. And because this area could not be entered by just anyone, it's been presumed by these 2 scholars that these were left by the priests who actually served in the temple, and they can be dated according to many criteria to about mid-6th dynasty. Yeah? So this is actually very nice evidence. We have here personal names, we have here titles, and we did clean this part of the temple in 2014 and 15 to document some of the surviving texts. Not all of them were visible anymore. So mid-6th dynasty at least. Yeah? Slightly later are the tombs that are located by the south side of the causeway of the king, as you can see here. And there is a whole group of mud brick structures that you can also see when it's a little bit humid in the desert. They are still there under the sun. And they were excavated by Ahmed Fakhri, who reported that within 10 days he cleaned 18 shafts. Yeah? So these are mud brick tombs of late 6th dynasty. They were originally attached to the casing of the causeway, and you will see another picture nicely showing it. So they were really built when the casing was still in situ. Now, we actually do have Fakhri's records of these tombs. Just a few months ago, after many, many years of searching, Mohamed came across the field notes of Ahmed Fakhri. It's a whole notebook recording his season at South Saqqara. So we are really fortunate to have that. And here you can see some of his records and drawings of finds from this group of tombs. He provided nice plans of the tombs, sketches, detailed descriptions and overview, and even measurements of the objects, including the famous reserve head of South Saqqara that is shown on the top of the right page here. And that is actually lost today. One of the burial chambers in these shafts is decorated, and it belongs to the typical late 6th dynasty decorated burial chambers with depictions of offerings on the east wall and offering list also, tomb equipment and palace facade on the west wall, and granaries on the south wall. Now, we cleaned this chamber in 2016, documented its architecture, our conservators treated the paintings, and we did protect the tomb very well. It belonged to Pepi Anchsetsu, Pepi Anchie, no connection to Djedkare in the name, but he was a Simerwati and Shepes Nesut, and this is actually a nice indication corresponding to the inscriptions carved in the pavement, that he may have been connected with the funerary cult of the king or the queen in Djedkare cemetery. But of course, we cannot exclude the possibility that he was buried here for completely different reasons that we do not comprehend today, together with his family, and maybe his reasons simply did not leave traces in our records. Now, this evidence indicates that Djedkare's funerary cult in his pyramid complex continued until at least the 6th dynasty, but late 6th dynasty actually, but what happened after that? Does it really mean, as we already discussed a while ago here, that by the end of the reign of Pepi II, everything finished? We do have also evidence from other pyramid complexes and other cemeteries, but, well, what if we look a little bit more around? You know, what we have or what we do not have doesn't necessarily mean it did not exist. We just maybe did not look yet wide enough. So I will now share with you some new evidence that we acquired in Djedkare's site. Part of it comes from the area between the king's and the queen's pyramid temples, which proved to be very useful, and it revealed many different types of evidence attesting to cultic activities, but also burial activities. This area remained unexcavated during Hussein's and Fakhri's excavation seasons, and it contained a large non-elite cemetery from the 2nd and 1st millenniums BCE. But below this cemetery, at one specific place, we have some evidence from the 3rd millennium, which comes from the bottom stratigraphic level. Now, in the eastern part of this area, to the north of the King's Temple and south of the Queen's Temple, we found traces of mud brick installations. Now, these were almost entirely gone because all the later activities from the Middle Kingdom onwards actually totally destroyed them. So we do not have in this eastern sector more or less any traces of any old kingdom, except of these few bricks. Now, when we look at them, of course, the first idea that comes to mind is, okay, this might be what we actually have in other Old Kingdom pyramid complexes, like in Abu Sir, for instance. So within Ra-Neferef's pyramid temple, next to Neferukare's funerary temple, but also in Giza, Menkaurewari temple that we just spoke about, or Daphne presented a while ago, like there are all these secondary mud brick installations related to the priestly activities. So this is our hypothesis, but we still have to wait to confirm it or exclude it after we finish the study of all the evidence we have, and that will still take a bit, of course. Now, there were also other mud brick installations documented in the Queen's Temple, which are indicative of some developments there as well. The pathway that was leading from to her temple from the north and west, between her enclosure and the king's enclosure, so there was a narrow pathway that was blocked with mud brick at some point of time, probably in the 6th dynasty already. But maybe another pathway still existed on the east side. So this does not necessarily mean that her pyramid complex was not accessible by itself. Now, also the corridor that is running around the pyramid, so between the pyramid itself and the funerary temple, became blocked, as you can see here very nicely. And this indicates that some of the rituals stopped being performed. And how do we know that? Because in the papyrus archives from Abu Sir, we do have evidence of the ritual run around the pyramid that was to be performed on a daily basis, because it is assigned some people to do actually this task in the rosters of priestly duties. So, of course, the question is whether the same rituals were performed for the queens in the pyramid complexes. But anyway, once you block a corridor, it stops serving its original purpose for some reason. Additional mud brick structures were on the west side of the Queen's portico, and here we actually found several limestone basins, some of them stuck within the secondary layer, but others were cut, as you can see here, directly into the pavement of the Queen's temple. Other ones were found as pieces individually, actually in secondary locations within the debris near the portico of the Queen. Now, these offering tables attest to what we call personal memorial cults performed in association with the cults of the King and the Queen. So these attest to cultic activities of non-royal individuals who wished to connect themselves with the queen and probably received favor from her offerings, from her Finne cult. Now, very similar but much larger group of this evidence is known very well from Pepi I cemetery and also other sites in Saqqara. And they were studied in detail by Rémy Legros, who just last week in the Abu Sir and Saqqara conference mentioned that he has more than 1,000 of these objects. So his corpus is really much larger, but his study is very helpful for us, of course. We have a much smaller group of about 21 individual offering tables and 70 basins and offering tables carved in the pavement. And they were studied in more detail by our very young colleague, Dominika Uhrova, within her master thesis submitted in 2022. So I can summarize here a little bit of her conclusions. Now, most of our offering tables are unepigraphic, especially those that were carved in the pavement of the temple, but 16 tables bear some inscriptions or parts of inscriptions, which comprise usual offering formulas for the invocation offerings, the Peret Heru, so the classical Hetebdine Sud. But some of them also inform us about the owners of these memorial cults, and that's, of course, for us very, very interesting. They also show features that help us date them according to Rémy's criteria. Among the pieces carved in the pavement, one of the basins only was inscribed. It belonged to an individual called Hemi, who was overseer of the Great House. Now, this basin was later partly covered by the mud brick structure that I mentioned a while ago. So this is actually one of the earliest pieces in our corpus. A few examples belong or can be dated to the Old Kingdom stage of the use. So between the late 5th and late 6th dynasty, we have one table referring to the royal acquaintance and priest of Hathor, whose name is not preserved. That's the left example. But this piece also mentions his wife Chenit. Another one mentions, again, king's acquaintance and priest of Hathor, called probably Ipi. So these two pieces may have possibly referred to the same person or to a person with the same function. Now, other offering tables belong to the following stage of the late 6th dynasty, so from Pepi II until, and that's important, the first intermediate period. So these ones, for instance, mention the king's ornament Hesid or inspector of the great house Hui and Ptah. Two of the offering basins were found stuck within the secondary mud floor, as I mentioned before, but this does not seem to be their original place either. One of them mentions an inspector of scribes named Iri. And at least one basin in this corpus attests to still a later stage of the use of this area, during the late First Intermediate period and possibly even early Middle Kingdom, according to the criteria that are very visible on this piece. It belonged to supervisor of the archive, Nimen Rehu. So, for instance, if you think about which criteria we are talking about, you know, here we have the two channels or grooves that are coming from the small basins, the position and the objects held in the hand of the owner sitting at the offering table and so on. The form of the offering formula itself is very typical of this late stage, and also the list of the 7,000 of offerings that are on the loaf of the offering bread. So these would be the typical features of that period. Now, Dominika in her study concluded that this evidence, the whole set of offering tables, actually gives us an evidence of cultic activities between the late 5th dynasty and the end of the first intermediate period or even early Middle Kingdom. We have 8 personal names attested here, 2 of which were women. Some names have not been attested in other sources, such as Hemi or Hesid, while other names are known because they are quite common in the Old Kingdom sources. Only one person is actually attested in a similar basin in another pyramid complex, and that is in the pyramid complex of Teti. So we have a really nice connection there, and it would be an interesting question to ask whether this can actually show. Okay, it can be a coincidence, they sort of did not have very unusual names, but also could it mean that there were people who would actually leave their memorial objects in the pyramid complexes of different kings? That's maybe one question to ask. Now, when it comes to the titles presented in these offering tables, they do show sort of middle rank officials, and that actually corresponds to the evidence we saw a while ago in the inscriptions carved in the temple of Djedkare himself. So this is, let's say, the same level of officials, and it can also be compared to the officials who are attested in the papyrus archive in Abu Sir. So it all somehow corresponds to one another. We cannot therefore exclude that some of the owners of these memorial monuments, even though small, could have been actually serving the funerary cult of the king and queen in Djedkare's necropolis. Besides the offering tables, we have yet another source of information from this site, and it has a very different character. We found several areas with waste deposits that can help us follow another trace of the history of the royal monument, so less epigraphic, more archaeological. And as Mark Lehner showed in Giza and wrote in his papers, waste for us is a treasure, right? So the largest waste deposit was found in the west part of the area between the King's and Queen's pyramid complexes. And this sector was separated with a mud brick wall from the structures on the east side that I mentioned a while ago. So we do presume that the east sector was actually used by the priests, and what the west sector has is the waste from this activity. So there is a 1 meter thick layer, and very large, of very fine grey dust with a huge quantity of very small pottery sherds and a huge quantity of very fragmented animal bones. There are also other objects, but like limestone and wooden objects, charcoal, plenty of beads and so on, but those have not yet been studied. So until now, what we managed to go through is the pottery and the offerings, because they do show us dating criteria, and they do show us what kind of activities were happening in this site. Now, this layer can be very nicely dated according to the stratigraphy of the site to the period between the construction of the pyramids of King and Queen, obviously, and before the second intermediate period or early 18th dynasty, because during that time, several burials were actually placed within this layer in pits. So this is, let's say, our latest point. So this is what was the first starting point, and we wanted to see how far it can actually get us. That's where we started. Now, you can notice also here a clear stripe of yellow sand by the side of the king's enclosure, and this is where the casing of the king's enclosure actually was. So this really nicely shows that the layer was originally attached to the king's casing, and this casing was removed in the Ramesside period. So it again confirms the suggested dating. The pottery finds and animal bones from this layer were studied by our colleagues Ashraf Senussi and Zdeňka Subova in the last seasons. And these are some of their really preliminary findings. So Ashraf distinguished 2 main chronological stages of pottery finds in this layer. The earlier phase, he dates between the late 5th dynasty and the first intermediate period, and they include vessels that can be related to cultic but also domestic activities. So we have here, let's say, sort of typical composition of pottery finds, but some of them show soot on the outside surface, which indicates that they were used for some kind of production or cooking or preparation. The most abundant finds from this period are the late 5th dynasty and the late 6th dynasty. So that would be the sort of peaks of the cultic activity. And in between, there is a small difference in numbers. Now, the following phase, which Ashraf defines between the late 1st intermediate period and the early 13th dynasty, is also represented in this layer. However, in comparison to the very abundant first phase types, these finds are much less frequent. And this further indicates, of course, that there was a decline in the use of the area during this late phase. So can we understand that this evidence indicates a collapse or just simply a decline of funerary cults after 500 years, which somehow seems a little bit natural? The archaeozoological material from this layer weighed in total 371 kilograms. I'm not saying it just to impress you, but it actually shows the huge quantity of animal bones we had here. They included 57 pieces that were recorded by Zdeňka. And it seems that these finds, actually, they were, you can see it on the pictures, they were very fragmentary. So only about 23% of them could actually be determined by the zoologist. And of these, almost 98% belonged to cattle. In frequency, cattle was followed by geese and ducks, so quite usual, mollusks in quite large numbers, especially freshwater clams, but also pigs that we have attested in other pyramid complexes as well, or cemeteries, sorry. But there is also a wide range of other species that were identified here, and some of them were even rather rare, like a crane or antelopes or turtles. So we have here a really nice set of material, and Zdenka's study also revealed some taphonomic features with rather a few isolated cases of dog or rodent tooth impressions, and because there were really few, it indicates that this waste was actually inaccessible to scavengers. So it was not just, available to any dog to come and bite on. We also have indications of burning of bones throughout the layer. These can be related probably to waste control or waste quantity control within the cemetery. Because if you keep dumping your waste somewhere, the dump sort of keeps growing out of proportions. We also have some butchery marks, especially on the ribs and long bones. Now, even though this study still continues, preliminary findings do seem to indicate that the waste contains the remains of food offerings, mostly of cattle, and pottery vessels used for cultic and domestic purposes, possibly for preparing and bringing and offering these food offerings to the king and the queen during the period from the late 5th dynasty and first intermediate period, and in a smaller number probably until the early Middle Kingdom. Now, this seems to nicely correspond with the evidence shown in the offering tables studied by Dominica. As I already mentioned, we found some more waste deposits. 2 more were recorded in the area of the Queen's Temple, and some more by the tombs of Isesi-Anch, Hui and Merinecher Isesi. So in principle, every tomb we excavate does have its own small waste deposit layer. Now, some of them have not yet been studied or processed, and the 2 other waste deposit layers within the Queen's Pyramid complex were studied only partly, so only the pottery has been processed until now. And these results can be nicely compared to the waste deposit number 1. Here you can actually see waste deposit number 3, and it's a really compact layer that holds together, even though the side walls that actually were holding it together have been removed. So this waste deposit was actually collected within the corridor around the Queen's Temple that was blocked by the blocking wall that I mentioned a while ago. And once no more rituals were performed there, it started to be used as a dump. Yeah? So this is what you see, and actually we can see here very nicely the outline of the original casing of this part of the pyramid complex that again was removed sometime in the Ramesside period. So even though the walls are no more there, the inside of the corridor really holds well together. Now, this pottery was studied by Narmin Abayazid, and she concluded that they come from 2 distinct layers. The bottom one corresponds to the Old Kingdom material until the very late Old Kingdom, while in the upper layer there was a little bit of the New Kingdom material. So we do have nice stratification here that actually corresponds to the waste deposit layer number 1, because above it we had the later periods attested as well. We can have a brief look also at the area of the tombs of the king's sons. Also in here, near the tombs of Isesi-Anch and Hui, we have a number of secondary mud brick installations. On this slide, you can see very damaged installations and shafts and walls in front of the portico of Hui's tomb. And I have to say, these have not yet been fully explored, but we are planning to do it in one of the coming seasons. More installations can be found in Isesi-Anch's tomb. This is a view on his portico, where you can see mud brick walls actually between the pillars of the portico and the side walls. But many installations were also directly within the tomb. So in the pillared hall, which is a large hall with 10 pillars, you can actually see that a lot of mud brick walls existed between the side walls of the hall and the pillars themselves. And we do presume that they are related to cultic activities that happened in this tomb in the late Old Kingdom and maybe even First Intermediate period. We also have some indications of burials from that period that most probably existed in the surrounding of these tombs. This is, of course, well attested in Giza or elsewhere, where later and smaller installation continued to be added between, next to, and within the large stone tombs over several centuries. In our site, we have not yet found any of such, let's say, additions in slightly later Old Kingdom, but we did find a lot of individual objects that were found scattered within the debris in the vicinity of these tombs. So we sort of do have the evidence that these burials did exist there, but maybe were disturbed by the later activities, by the 2nd and 1st millennium burial activities. Now, these objects are studied by another colleague of ours, member of the mission, Zuzka Nevielova, who is actually standing there if you want to talk to her later. The objects from Hui's tomb are part of her MA thesis, and Zuzka can answer your questions if you have any later. So actually this evidence might be the earliest attestation of burials added to the cemetery of the 5th dynasty royal family members. And this is just the beginning, because as I said at the beginning of my talk, we do have a large cemetery, non-elite cemetery from the 2nd and 1st millenniums BCE at Djedkare's necropolis. And this actually extended everywhere where we excavated. So between the kings and the queen, next to and within the Isesi and Hui's tomb, and also in the vicinity of Marinecher Isesi's tomb. So until now, we recorded about 300 burial contexts, where we have about 600 individuals until now, and the material is still under study, but it very well illustrates this later history of the necropolis. It's very interesting, it's really exciting, but it is totally out of the scope of this paper today, so I will not tell you more about it today, but maybe Zuzka can. To sum up the evidence presented here from the necropolis of King Djedkare, it seems that based on the current state of analysis of our finds, the king's funerary cult, and as well as the cult of his wife, continued to be performed at least until the end of the 1st intermediate period, possibly even until the early Middle Kingdom. We have the Weiss deposits that can be clearly associated with offerings. We have the inscriptions of priests carved in the pavement. We have evidence from private memorial cults connected with the queen's and king's funerary monuments in form of offering tables placed near the queen's portico and carved within the pavements. And we also have some late Old Kingdom tombs and possibly burials from 1st intermediate period. So we can map quite a lot of activities at the necropolis of Djedkare. Now, the evidence from Djedkare's necropolis can be, of course, compared to what we know from other sites. And of course, Abu Sir comes to mind as the first choice, not only because it is excavated by the Czech Institute of Egyptology, but also because the Czech team collected abundant evidence of activities during Djedkare's reign in Abu Sir. So I will go through them very briefly. We, for instance, have a part of Djedkare's family buried there, next to the causeway of Nusra. So Djedkare did still pay a lot of attention to the necropolis of Abu Sir. He also enlarged the pyramid complexes of Ranefref and Neferikare. For instance, in Ranefref's funerary temple, the outer portico was very likely built in Djedkare's reign, and we even have textual evidence of this construction attested in the papyrus archives. That's the conclusion of Professor Werner, who is actually sitting here as well. In addition, since the reign of Menkauhor, and mostly in Djedkare's time, priests started to settle down inside the open courtyard in mud brick houses. On the one side confirms the active perpetuation of the funerary cult of Ranefref during Djedkare's reign, but also it suggests that some parts of the temple no longer serve the original purpose, and you can, some of the rooms were already walled up and blocked or used as completely different purpose that originally intended, and this is something that we also found now in Djedkare's pyramid site. The archaeological evidence documented during the excavation of Ranefref's monument indicates that the funerary cult continued until at least the end of the Old Kingdom, and it was shortly renewed in the Middle Kingdom. So we already spoke about it a while ago here. And this dating actually seems to be also confirmed by the papyrus archives themselves, because the latest documents attested in the papyrus archives that can be dated are from the reign of Pepi II. Yeah? But what about in between? What I think is that what we have in the evidence here shows us the minimum duration of the cult of Ranefref but not necessarily reflects precisely the end of it. Moreover, a lot of the textual evidence from Abu Sir, when we talk about Djedkare, actually comes from his reign, and these are just some examples of documents issued by the king. You can see the Horus name of Djedkare here. These are actually royal decrees that were allowing private individuals to get access to offerings in Rana Ferrous pyramid complex. So actually the largest number of dated documents from Abu Sir archives do come from Djedkare's reign, and it shows again the special care that he paid to the organization of the funerary cults of his predecessors, maybe possibly as part of the legitimization of his rule. Now, there are also other textual texts preserved here that might be of relevance for our discussion today. For instance, this is an account of deliveries of offerings that come to the necropolis of Abu Sir for a feast or during a feast that lasted 17 days. So it was like really a large feast. And as part of these offerings were 13 bulls every day brought from the temple of Ptah at Memphis. The temple of Ptah that I mentioned in connection with the Djedkare's pyramid complex at the very beginning. So 13 bulls every day for 17 days. It's a huge number of bulls that apparently became offerings. So that's a very large quantity of meat, and I will remind you again, or remember please, the 371 kilograms of animal bones that we have in Djedkare cemetery. So again, looking at different types of evidence from different necropoli, we can sort of think about that our Weiss deposits actually do attest to a very long cultic activity, including large numbers of animal offerings in Djedkare cemetery. So this is a long period of offering activities. Now, in conclusion, the evidence summarized in this presentation seems to attest to a continuous funerary cult in the pyramid complexes of King Djedkare and Seti Phor over the second half of the 3rd millennium BCE. Now, this evidence indicates that the cultic activities became limited in the late Old Kingdom. Some parts of the pyramid complexes became blocked, they became walled up, they stopped serving their purpose. But this corresponds to evidence from the Abu Sir pyramid complexes as well, where it, however, happened earlier. So these blockings or wallings up of some parts of the pyramid temples is not really so much related to the end of the Old Kingdom, but to a certain period that actually already happened since the burial of the king. So, you know, a few generations later, the priests sort of started to make it easy for themselves. Yeah. Now, we cannot exclude that the scale of the king's funerary cult changed over time, and that's also reflected in the Abu Sir archives. Maybe some interruptions may have occurred during that long period. However, at least some cultic activities must have been performed in the necropolis of Djedkare until the late First Intermediate period or even Middle Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hana. Well, in theory, we should have now the coffee break, but I think that if someone has a question, we can delay a bit the refreshment.
Do you have any evidence of gods, of one or more gods being worshipped in the temple? Like at Sahure, you have this segment of Sahure. Do you have any evidence?
We actually have a lot of Hathor there. Hathor. Not only in the titles of the officials, you could see it carved on the inscriptions and even on the offering tables, but we do have also a connection between the queen and Hathor. And this, of course, very nicely corresponds, that's part of your study as well, to the role of the queen within the myth of kingship, within, you know, her role for the kingship. So it's very likely that Seti Phor did play a really important role that helped Djedkare to become king, and maybe that's why the reason why the cult of Hathor was so important there.
A question from the chat. Has radiocarbon dating been carried out on Djedkare remains?
You mean on the remains, on the physical remains, on the human remains?
Evidently, the chat means like this.
So on the human remains, no. And I don't think that, let's say, in the conditions that we can use at the moment in Egypt, that we would like to do that. Probably not. There was radiocarbon dating done on the textiles, and that's published by Eugen Strouhal and Mohamed Gaballa. But we did some recent radiocarbon dates from Djedkare's Necropolis that were published actually a year ago, I think. And they were from the substructure of the pyramid of Djedkare and its ropes that were used by the builders when they were building the substructure. So we do have new radiocarbon dates that actually help us sort of like move the chronology of the Old Kingdom in consistency with other new radiocarbon dates by the French Institute, actually move it 80 to 100 years earlier than was previously presumed. We do not only have the dates of this one rope from the pyramid builders, but we also combined it with evidence from the tombs of Hui, from Isesi-Anch, and from the Queen's Temple, where we have some charcoal left over by the builders of her pyramid temple. So with like sort of a relative chronology of these samples, Anita Quiles from the IFAO was able to set a kind of chronology for, let's say, the ascension date of Djedkare more precisely. And as far as I know, and Mirek now left, but I think he will talk about it later today, now we can combine it with some more evidence from Abu Sir, which will actually help us, let's say, refine further the ascension date even for Djedkare. So all this combination is very important, and I think the more samples are analyzed from different sites that can be actually well dated by their context, the more precise the chronology of the Old Kingdom can become.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that if not, we are going to finish much later. We're going to change. So we will be back at 11:05. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for coming back after this very nice coffee break. And we have changed the session that was going to take place now for one that was going to be celebrated after the lunch due to technical problems that alhamdulillah had been solved. So, but anyway, just in case, we are going to continue with Laure Pantalacci. We are going to be out of the Nile Valley, and we want to know, inshallah, what's happened during the Old Kingdom collapse in the Western Desert. A view from the Western Desert.
Thank you, Alejandro. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and many thanks again to booth organizers for assembling such a nice collection of colleagues from various horizons and point of view. So definitely what we heard in the last days shows that the Memphite power definitely was strongly affected by the 4.2 KABP event. The growing archaeological evidence, as already presented partly by Richard Bussmann yesterday, in the provincial towns, hardly support the idea of a general collapse, at least in Upper Egypt. It seems the reforms continuously implemented by the kings of the 5th and 6th dynasty fostered the development of powerful provincial communities, complex societies, showing an ever-growing degree of agency. This is especially felt, as we have seen in Upper Egypt, at Foudendra and so on, but also especially in frontier areas like Elephantine or Balat, the colony founded in Dakhla Oasis during the late 5th or early 6th dynasty. So for people who are not familiar with the environment, so Balat is something like, as the crow fly, 700 kilometers from modern Cairo, and in landscape, which is a kind of very low area in the middle of cliffs. During this period, while keeping the traditional connections with Egypt, with the Egyptian capital or capitals, and some Upper Egyptian provinces, the outlying position of the oasis facilitated also its contact with other regions and people in the Eastern Sahara, as we will see later. Our information comes mainly from the excavations on the site called Balat Ain Nasil, site which is itself connected with the necropolis, including 5 big mastabas, which is distant from the city about 1 kilometer. On the settlement site were explored several several areas with various intensity. This is what we call usually sondage nord, which was only lightly excavated in the early 80s. And what we know best is this part, which we call the southern palace, because now we know that this northern part was in fact also palace. When I mean palace, I mean the residence of the governors, which have been extensively excavated. The best known part until now and published in Ballad 6 is this western section with the installation of cultic chapels for the governors and the service houses of the people who were in charge of the cult and of various other activities in the palace, and there's this, here are the living quarters of the governors themselves, including storage rooms and so on. Here, a huge workshop installed at the end of the 6th dynasty and operating also during the first intermediate period. Here, housing quarters for workers coming occasionally to work on construction projects of the governors. Our chance is that in a terrible accident, the palace was destroyed by a huge fire. And so we have a kind of, not frozen, but burnt in situ many things, especially the archive in the shape of clay tablets inscribed in hieratic and a nice collection of clay ceilings. Let's also have a few words about, so here we have the three phases of the revealed by the excavation. So the first phase, which is before the fire, which was in French pré-incendie, is beginning of Pepi II until 8th dynasty. Phase 2 is first intermediate until mid-11th dynasty. Phase 3, which is only attested to, not present on the map here, but present to the west, is Middle Kingdom and early Middle Kingdom and 11th and 12th dynasties. A few words about the environment and resources available in the area. With a bit of history. The first Egyptian expeditions met probably here very few people in and around Dakhla. The natives belonging to a culture which is called Sheikh Moftah culture, from the name of a site, were semi-nomadic pastoralists living a frugal life in small groups and moving seasonally inside and around Dakhla itself. In the eastern desert, it seemed that the climatic change had been felt earlier and maybe stronger than in the Nile Valley. But by the end of the Old Kingdom, at least when seen from eastern Sahara, the decreasing of water and the problem of the monsoon was already nearly finished. The rainfall dropped from 150 millimeters until the end of the 5th millennium to 10 to 5 millimeters per year, not far from the current condition, which are between 0 and 2 millimeters of water per year. In spite of this strong desiccation process, water was still available widely through springs. Here are some, I'm going to use some written documents, of course. There were, for example, open water pools called, we have specific vocabulary attached to the water resources of the oasis. So, for example, this is a apax legomenon of the word mu-ma, which means water of wild animals, of wild mammals. We have also, through these water resources, attestation of the presence of intensive agriculture, with several mentions in the tablet of the process of harvesting, aser here, and in the workshop of the palace, which I showed you on the map, previously, I would say quasi-industrial production of sickle blades from flint. So there were certainly possibility to feed the local population without much problems. As to come back a little bit to the water resources, the name of the site itself, which is Ain Asil, means in Arabic pure spring. So it seems that until very recent times there were here water available at the surface of the ground, and we will talk a lot about Gebel Oinat, which is the mountain of the springs also. So in the desert, water resources were available until modern time, contrary to what we see now. So the population was sustained by local agriculture, probably without any import. Another word which is used in my text is also a word unknown elsewhere in Egypt, which is medeb, meaning the riverine or the fields which are by the riverside, which is something very special also, and indicates the mode of cultivation which was practiced in this area. The resources were better than today. Pressure of the people was, of course, still limited, so that while the fauna was still very much diversified, and we have many attestations of its presence in Dakhla and in other oases of Sahara and in Sahara itself. By the way, large mammals remain numerous, and hunt was a very active part of getting some meat for the local population. Here, an assemblage of different scenes of hunting here. Here mentions of this mammal called ma, which is a kind of general word for ungulates, maybe something like antelopes or something like that. Here is a result, one of the tablet with a result of 42 animals brought back to the palace from a hunting party, which is something quite considerable. Gazelles and ibexes and the canid, which I don't know how to translate this. And this one, which is from the Gebel Wainat, also shows the presence so far from the Nile Valley of these ma animals. Not only it was a resource for food, but it was also a resource for trade, because from early, we know as early as the 4th dynasty, in the site of El Harafish, for example, on the plateau, we know that people were hunting and killing animals for the fur, and were exchanging the furs and hides of the animal. Here you have still this very funny imprint on a clay kind of sealing of a hide of lizard, which is very strange. And there were some special animals present here, which were traded with other people, presumably in the valley. We can imagine that the Sheikh Moftar people, which remain present and detectable in the sources until the end of the 6th dynasty, had a deep knowledge of the desert resources as nomads. You know, I've been there for maybe millennia, and this knowledge was extensively exploited by the Egyptian colonists, giving rise to some specialized activity. For example, here, intensive beekeeping, which is something not often seen in Egypt, I guess. In one very early phase of the palace, in a huge courtyard, there was this huge quantity of ceramic beehives. And in the palace, we have also many stoppers from honey jars with a small incised image of a bee indicating the content. So, along with these known products, some others are mentioned by text. One of the texts close in time to our period is the tale of the eloquent peasant, which everyone knows, I think, which lists products not only from the Fayum, but from the oasis at large, with many exotic words, apparently mainly rare vegetals and minerals, which were traded to the valley by this independent trader, I would say, merchant. From later sources, from the 2nd, 1st millennium, and even later, scholars propose that Dakhla produced also alum, which is difficult to demonstrate, castor oil, also this is not archaeologically attested. At the end of the Old Kingdom, we also find that Dakhla had a network of exchanges with the valley, at least, and we found, especially in the tombs, and this is why it's so interesting to have this connection, very rare also in Egypt, between settlement and necropolis. It's difficult to determine if some prestige goods were found in the governor's tombs, were traded by them directly, or were obtained after a complex circuit from the Memphite capital. This is a case in point, which is this very nice ostrich egg. Certainly this ostrich egg was collected from the Western Desert, so it originates from the area. It has been decorated with this royal symbol of the falcon extending his wings. It has been completed with this kind of travertine elements for the foot and for the neck. Was that made locally? I doubt it because of the royal symbol. So I think that this ostrich egg sent from Dakhla or other desert places to the capital was sent back in this kind of Egyptianized, decorated way. This is something very interesting. More common objects such as the travertine vessels or the precious stone or semi-precious stones were also available in the oasis. This is contemporary of the early reign of Pepi II in the mastaba of Mastaba III of Khantika. Khantika being the builder of the southern palace we are talking about. So you see it's quite a huge collection of vessels, which were sent also as goods, prestige good by themselves, but also prestige because of the precious oils and perfumes they contained. We find, as times go by, some of these small travertine vessels also in the tombs of the entourage of the governors in the secondary tombs around the mastabas. We have also some metals attested. Gold is certainly coming from, it's very rarely found in the palace because the palace was looted, so we don't have precious objects. But we found some gold amulets in the late tomb of Medou Nefer, about 8th dynasty. It could be of Egyptian or African origin. This is not very clear. We have also copper widely available. We have a very nice example of both tools and this half statuette of a bovid, which was presumably attached to an offering table. This was found in the palace and belonged to the material, which was not looted by the looters, whoever they were. And so we have here an example of a refined and not so refined treatment of copper, which that definitely was coming from the Eastern Desert one way or another. So here is about the riches of the material life in Balat. That the roads for exchanges were very important, we know from the beginning by the existence. So this is a depression of the oasis. Balat is here, and we see that several modern and ancient roads, trails, are converging in this area. And very early, the colonists of Balat were aware that this was something to be protected, and they established, as early as the 4th dynasty, at a time where there not even a permanent settlement, they established kind of control points on the hilltops, which were excavated and by the colleagues from the Dakhla Oasis project long ago. And these control points were also monitored in the 6th dynasty. So there was the conscience of a deep interest for the road system. So let's see now where these roads going. Contacts first with the valley, first with Memphis. So as I told already, Egyptian expeditions passed by Dakhla at least as early as the 4th dynasty, and they were looking first at some specific mineral projects. Here, products, excuse me. I like this word of projects. I mean, I don't know how it comes to my mind every 2 sentences. Anyway, so here is what we call Gebel Khufu, with inscriptions from the 4th dynasty, from Khufu himself, from Djedkare also, and on this hill, which are more or less prepared, the inscriptions refer to a mineral called Mefat, unidentified also so far, but also mentioned in the Aswan area. So this is where already an Egyptian presence, but very light and passing by, of which we are also testimonies in the site of, if I can go back, in the site of Ain el Ghazarin here, further west, where a small settlement of with some layers which have been dated by the colleagues of the Dakhla Oasis project to the 4th dynasty. Things became more serious in the 5th dynasty. And we have attestation of the presence, of the royal presence, by some sealings, naming 3, at least up to now, we have the name of 3 different kings of the 5th dynasty. The two ceilings to your left have been excavated very recently. The excavating team is led by Georges Toucassian since 1982, I guess, joined by Clara Yoiter from the DAI now since about 15 years. And she excavated this Sheikh Moftah site, which is a small camping site of the Sheikh Moftah people we talked about already. And in 2023, we opened these sondages to the north of what is, in fact, the really Old Kingdom 6th dynasty site over there, and were found in a dump a large quantity of bread molds and some ceilings, which I showed, suggesting a presence nearby of collective bakeries, which means that expeditions were passing by, maybe, or maybe that at that time there was a huge construction project necessitating to have on the field and to feed a huge quantity of huge workforce. In the lower levels of the palace, of the northern palace, we found also a storage sector, also affected by a huge fire at a point, and in this area of the storerooms were many ceilings dating to the late 5th, early 6th dynasty, mentioning a priest of the king. Here, believe me, this is Wab Nesut, Hemnecher, the connection to a temple. We have no temple so far on the site. And also title of priestesses of Hathor, Nebet Nehed. This is a Memphite Hathor. So clearly, the connection with the capital were strong enough at the time. Another attestation of this proximity is the biography of Khentika Upepi from Mastaba 4 of the Necropolis, reign of Pepi I. And in this biography, he records his early days in the royal court under the reign of Pepi I, and the fact that he was, of course, elected as a governor earlier than anyone else because he was so well known to the king and so on and so forth. Tight connections. Another way we have seen priests and of Hathor, of the king. Another way later in the 6th dynasty to tie the oasis to the Memphite court and resources was by means of these religious institutions called the Megahed, which are not really clearly identified archaeologically, as far as I know. And we have attestation of the links of somewhat Seshenself, a scribe of the Phyle of the Megahed of Pepi I, which is in the middle of his city of pyramids. So this is connected with Hathor. And for Pepi II also, we have the same institution mentioned here, also in connection with the cult of Hathor. And what we see, what is interesting also in this unfortunately poorly preserved stela, which was found to the north of the site, is this mention of the site name itself, which unfortunately is in lacuna, so we don't know what was the name of the ancient city. But we see from this installation that the first word is Wahat, that is Dakhla, and then the name of the city. This is exactly the way the non-capitals are referred to in the valley. So in the Egyptian view, this territory was really part of their national territory. A last religious institution, not so much religious, but I would say rather economic institution for tying the governors to the Memphite court was the Houtka, and we found long ago this decree about the establishment of a Houtka, which consists of small chapel, as we have seen, certainly a domain, so some area of ground to cultivate, and a number of people. Here we have mention of a few dozens of servants attached to these personal cults of the governors. This system of the Houtka was apparently reduplicated for each governor coming in charge, because we have at least one second decree. In Dakhla, there were also some other settlements, which we don't know, also maybe lived on the same economic religious system, but this is not attested by the text. So in the end, we find in the oasis at the time of the late, very late Oetilgan, early intermediate, a local elite linked partly to the Memphite court, if we have to read here the title of Satnesut, which is the king's daughter, which is very important. And here we are in a decreasing order, all the important people of the governor's court. Many of them are Shepes Nesut. There's also the son of the daughter of the governor himself, a sealer, and so on and so forth. So it seems that there was a kind of small elite already built on all these economic means which had been given by the Memphite power. And as I already mentioned here, these pawns were in the possession of a single Shepes Nesut. He was the owner of 16 of these water places, and this is a tablet which is about dividing his inheritance between his descendants. So it's 16 is something considerable, which also confirms the availability of the water. So here are the other settlements we already talked about, so I just pass about that. The fire, the arson, which devastated the governor's residence, presumably took place, but we are not able to precisely date it, at the end of Pepi II's reign, or maybe under one of his immediate successors of the 8th dynasty. So the palace was looted completely. The cult statues, other stone elements, were smashed, destroyed to very small pieces, and then the building was burned to the ground. So the palace became uninhabitable, and the governors had to move the seat of the power elsewhere. Unfortunately, until now, we don't know where, but it certainly existed. And if this change of occupation for us is also a blow, because we don't have archives anymore, we see that even after the fire, the governors were able to develop a certain, I would say, social and economic power by first reconstructing the hudka already existing, second, building 2 new hudkas, which are post-incendie, after the fire, and to resettle what was before a quarter of the palace by a new collection of small, not so small houses for servants of the governors. All of them, not very elaborate, on the same, more or less on the same pattern. But this is an urban project which couldn't be planned, privately. So certainly the governorate was behind this resettlement of the burnt area. Around the time of this unfortunate event was also established from Dakhla, the famous, now famous, I think, Abu Ballas Road, leading from Dakhla to southwest. Attested to the Gilf Kebir, very presumably, since we know there were Egyptian presence here, to the Gebel Ouainat, which is at the point of junction of the modern frontiers of Egypt, Libya, Sudan, and a little bit of the Chad also to the west. This, along this road, which was equipped very pragmatically, with stops equipped every 25-30 kilometers. The road Idol is something like 450 kilometers. So there were stop points which were nicely equipped with vases containing water, containing food. Along the road there was some caches where ceramic used only occasionally was stored. This is a technique obviously borrowed from the desert people. Sher Moftar technique, certainly. And occasionally, when some grasshoppers, were flying in the area, so people collected them, and this is a nice aperitivo amuse-gueule, which was stored in a pit at the foot of one of these remarkable stop points. To facilitate the move of the expeditions, even of unexperienced expedition, there were a whole collection of cairns or alamet, which were settled, some of them very high, some of them very small, but all of them visible in a clear distance, which could allow anyone coming from Egypt with his donkeys and 400 people, to go quietly, even without a guide, without a local guide. Along this road were stored also some vats, huge basins, ceramic basins, and one of them is these basins were used for the preparation of food and of bread, especially on the way. And under the bottom of one of those was found this incised design of a person who is clearly a ruler of Upper and Lower Egypt, so we are still in the Memphite scheme, I would say. And this is along the Abu Balas road, so it seems that there is a connection between this road and the royal enterprise. Our last attestation of a possible connection of Dakhla with the oasis is under the Heracleopolitan period, with the tomb of the last governor we know of, called Betshu, and obviously late Heracleopolitan period. But you see the style is kind of very first intermediate, I would say. And even the construction technique is also borrowed from the Heracleopolitan model, with these stones, this stone casing of a very small room. One possible attestation of a contact, but we don't know with whom actually, is in one of our very late strata, definitely late first intermediate, where we found this clay tablet with the cartouche of a completely unknown king. This I published in the Festschrift Vernus many years ago. Until now, I'm unable to tell you who is this guy, if he ever existed, but it seems that the royal authority was still felt in the governorate. Last but not least, some 20 years ago now, was found this graffito of Mentuhotep in the Gebel Wainat. And it's not sure Mentuhotep himself was here, but what is certain is that he got there by the Abu Balas trail, definitely. And here we see some foreigners coming to the king to present him with offerings. I mean, this is a pure trade, in fact. Incense, and one other of these ma animals, mysterious ma animals here, looks much like an antelope. We'll return to that later, if we have time. So the contact with the power, wherever it was located, and through the first intermediate period, is attested. Then we, after Mentuhotep, we completely lose track of the seat of power, and it has been suggested that it was moved to the city of Mut, which is until now the capital of the oasis. And colleagues suggested that this transfer happened as a punishment for the Ainasil governors because they sided with the Heracleopolitans against the Thebans. But this is hypothesis. So what was the impact of the contacts with Upper Egypt, apart from Mentuhotep, which may be a bit aggressive? Interregional contacts with other nomes are also lightly indicated from the time of the early first intermediate. I rely mainly on text and on textual linguistic evidence. I highlighted some years ago that the name Wahati, which means Oasian, people from the oasis, is a designation of the native Sheikh Moftar people, maybe, and someone who was recognizable probably physically. And we find the same anthroponym in Edfu. It's not very common, but we find it in Edfu and in Nagader, close to Abydos, which are points, of course, close to the trails leading to Dakhla. An interesting fragment found very nicely stratified in a small layer between the burnt layers and the reconstruction is this very small piece. You see, sometimes I have to get enthusiastic about very little pieces of clay. This is probably a work team, and the leader is called Chauti. This is the only time I see this name Chauti in the oasis. And as you know, this name is very popular in the Theban area. We find it in Thebes, in Coptos, in Dendera. So it might indicate that the guy was coming from Upper Egypt, maybe to organize some workforce after the fire and for the reconstruction. If so, it's very interesting because it implies that there was some kind of not only knowledge but cooperation, collaboration between Dakhla and the Upper Egyptian nomes to help in a critical situation. some other linguistic clues to the links between Upper Egypt and Dakhla in the title of the what I call the governors. I mean, it's rulers. Let's say district rulers. These ones are from Coptos. And Usair, who is usually currently dated, I think, from the 8th, 9th dynasty, he was an overseer of the western and eastern deserts. So that's very interesting. And also, so this is a title we will see in the Oasis in a second. And later on, we have a special title for people involved in desert expeditions and I would say trade, which is this epithet Meh ibn Nesut, literally feeling the heart of the king, that is confident of the king. And here it's in the southern countries, but it can be also in the western part of the country. And we find the same, precisely the same two epithets for governors in Dakhla. Meshib, this one is very garbled, but anyway, this one is late and coming from the city, and also this part of a door frame with the epithet Dedneruhor Emhasut, which places the fear of Horus, that is of the king, in the foreign countries, which seems to be the original formulation of a title indicating the relation of these people with foreigners and with foreign trades. So there's a strong proximity from the 6th dynasty until the beginning of the first intermediate. And the fact that the Memphite court disappeared apparently didn't disrupt much the foreign trade, because we see in the biography of Setka, which was already quoted a couple of times, that there was still exchanges going on in the early Hieroclitan periods. Last but not least, I don't know how much time I've left, but never mind. Contacts with other places in the desert. Other oases, so this is something I published about quite a lot of times, so I don't insist too much. Contact with the oasis of Bahariya, where some late Old Kingdom First Intermediate tombs were found some years ago. Most of the names unknown, so we don't know where were these places and where to locate them. Among these places located in the desert, Mesket is one of the most often quoted one, and they seem to have been a stronger relationship, because people from Mesket are living in Dakhla, and there are some economic exchanges here. For example, mentions of counting, we don't know what it means exactly, of countings of mats, of various kinds of textiles. Contacts with independent communities, each mentioned with a heka, and with a ruler of its own, equally unlocated, Demiu, Ahemi, which I quoted already several times. In these places were sent potters from Dakhla to make vases, to make pottery, to equip the way of the governors of these entities. So it's interesting to see that the Egyptians were providing help in the shape of some craftsmanship to help these people for organizing expeditions. Last but not least, the famous Yam, known by two mentions in Balad. This one has been published long ago by Nicolas Grimal, and it's a Yamite, someone from Yam, who is named by his name and his father's name, a kind of small execration figurine, a bit out of context, I should say. And in the material from the burned palace, in the royal storeroom, a mention of an attribution of food gift to the ruler of Yam, Heka Yam, you can see himself, and maybe also his wife, because there's a wife of governor following him. So here we have the proof that people from Yam were coming, were coming to Balat and were received by the governors and treated by them. So this reminds us of the famous biography of Yakhruf and this population of the Western Desert, which is also known in the Egyptian sources. In the Egyptian sources, people from Yam are called Nubians, Nehesiyu, which points to a southern position, but western location is also highly probable now. And we have seen already this graffito from the Gebel Wainat, where Yam is providing Senecher incense. So it's a very special kind of product and much appreciated, as you know, by the Egyptian gods. And there must have been around also nomadic communities going back and forth. About this, as you know, we have very little information. Now it has become very trendy to have studies about nomads in Egypt, but the evidence is very, very slender. On this half tablet is a count of different objects I surmise brought to Balat by someone whose name, unfortunately, name or ethnic is not very legible, and to me doesn't echo anything known in Egyptian. So there's different kinds of amulet and pearls, and there's also an egg, suhet, which is obviously an ostrich egg. It cannot be something else, I think, at the time. So that's why I think that this is a list of things brought to Balat and not given by the governors to those people, although you never know. Anyway, so this might be, it seems to be a single individual. If I read correctly, this is a determinative of the boomerang, but I'm not 100% sure about that. And it can refer to people passing by and trading on a very small scale with the oasis. Even in Upper Egypt, we have some mentions of the Nubians of the desert passing by the valley, so from the western side, so it can be something comparable. Now the question is, where and how could all these people live in the Sahara, in fact? In addition to the modern oasis we know and the better conditions I mentioned above, the Sahara as a whole was much more hospitable at the end of the third millennium than today. Of course, it was not the great days of, this is about the situation, let's say, before the fifth millennium, with a lot of lakes still present. But it has been estimated that at the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, the lake Megadrought, or Megadrought Lake, as you want to call it, had shrunken drastically, as you can see from the level of the water, by about 40 meters, but at the same time remain huge ponds, huge lakes here and there, which were able to support a sizable population. Even the Gebel Wainat at the beginning of the 20th century had a permanent population of more than 100 people. So all these unlocated regions we are talking about could very well be in this direction, although of course, it's admittedly, so this is Abu Balas Road, this is Gebel Wainat, and you see this is about, the distance is about 1,250 kilometers, so that's three times the length of Abu Balas Road, but it's feasible anyway. If there's water all along the road, and until now, this is a place it will be difficult to visit, but in modern times, this is what looks like one of these residual Sahara lakes called like Unyanga, which is something really impressive. Another possible track for human life was the Wadi Howar, or Yellow Nile, which was also inhabited very lately, until about 1000 BC. A very detailed archaeological survey showed there is a sharp change in occupation patterns. This is what Wadi Howar looks like today. But it must have been much different in those days. And so the archaeological sites were excavated and surveyed by the colleagues from Cologne University. And we see actually in 2200 there's a change in occupation, and and also in the settlement pattern, in settlement scheme. First in the previous, let's say in the fourth or the third millennium, occupation is much more scattered, not only in the wadi, but all around it. And from the pottery, it appears that the contacts are rather oriented towards the west, as if people were coming from that part. And there are very little contact with the Nile in the lower Wadi Howa, and people here could live on fishing. So it's quite considerable. As time goes by, look, after the event we are talking about, the settlements just concentrate, the occupation shrinks a bit. The settlements concentrate on really on the wadi itself, which is by places wide by 6 kilometers or so, and there's little occupation in the other area which were populated before, and most of the contacts now seem to be oriented towards the Nile. And there's a drastic change, of course, in the pottery, which is called geometric pottery or Handasi pottery, and there seem to be strong population moves or changes at that time, a fact which is supported also by the study of some linguists who hypothesize that these people, the people originally populating the Wadi Howa was from Eastern Nilo-Saharan languages. The other ones were already established here, were speaking Afroasiatic languages, and then they were during the Handasi phase, which ends up a little bit before the time we're talking about. There was this kind of diaspora, what they called the linguistic diaspora, toward the center of the African continent. And to some linguists, the mixed linguistic features show that for a long time there have been a mix of the two languages, which can be still identified in some grammatical or lexical features in a number, as you know, African languages. There are so many, so you can identify this mix of population, which later on was dispersed and scattered all over Africa. And at that time, a new population with a different language would have been established in about the Handasi or geometric phase, which is about 2200 BC. This is exactly the time when, from the biography of Erhouf, we heard that there was turmoil in the Western Desert, and the rule of Yam was kind of running after the people and so on. So it must have been actually migration, sizable migration in the area southwest of Egypt, and maybe also in Upper Egypt, if we believe some allusions in some biographical text from Tinis or from Coptos or from Dendera. So to conclude, the destruction of the palace in Balat could be a side effect of this migration in the oriental corner of Egypt, as Erhouf puts it. Difficult to know. In my view, it's more difficult to imagine that the palace was destroyed and looted by people coming from Upper Egypt in a raid, you know, to pillage the resources against a region which apparently sided with them for a long time and was still on their side, you know, at least under the 9th dynasty. So I would rather put the responsibility of this destruction to these migrant people who are admittedly very difficult to define more precisely. On the positive side, these moves, more or less uncontrolled, may have also contributed to the development of Dakhla trade work for quite a while, both with the southwestern regions, as we have seen, with other Egyptian nomes, and with the capital, whether it be in Memphis or later in Heracleopolis. So paradoxically, for Balat, and maybe for Dakhla as a whole, maybe it's a lack of archaeological knowledge, but I would say that seen from Balat, it's rather the emergence of the Middle Kingdom, which was a time, if not of collapse, at least of a severe downturn. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is there any question, comment?
I was wondering, you were showing a lot of perfect published tablets from Balat. Could you please tell where this publication can be found? It would be nice to look at that.
I think in about more than 20 articles. So you have to, but about the topic of it, you have to look in the publication Desert Roads Archaeology, for example. And then, yeah, I think I more or less have my bibliography online, so I try to update that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to call to your attention some very important paleo-environmental data for the Western Desert and for Lake Megadrought, Lake Yoa. And that is that Richard's colleague in Köln, Stefan Kropelin surveyed the area around Lake Megadrought for many, many years and conducted paleoclimate coring within the lake and observed that at 4.2 kABP, Lake Megadrought was completely dry and a source of a fantastic dust plume which extended for many kilometers around the region. It was the biggest Lake Megadrought event that he recorded. And also at Lake Teli just southeast towards Egypt, the biggest drought event of the past 11,000 years is recorded at Lake Teli, in any event.
Okay, thank you very much for this indication. I must say I knew only for this work from the Cologne team about this, and through the publication of Schneider also worked a bit, but from a I would say linguistic point of view on this thing. So I have to check about that. Thank you very much for the references.
Well, thank you very much, Laura. And
So the first speaker of this afternoon is Professor Miroslav Bárta, one of the main organizers of this conference. And he will be presenting a talk together with Anita Quiles from French Institute of Oriental Archaeology on when and how exactly did the Old Kingdom collapse.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the delay, and thank you all not only for being here but also for bearing with me. Obvious topic, Old Kingdom so-called collapse. Just to remind you, there was a conference preceding this one that was dealing with this topic on a much broader scope. It was in 1994 in Turkey, and in 1997 this publication was made available, and it was organized by the NATO. I think that Harvey was there, perhaps, 1994, and they were basically dealing with the 4.2 event, not only in ancient Egypt, but in the whole Middle East. Very often we use the word collapse, and to me, it's important to emphasize that there are huge differences depending on the nature of the scholarly discipline in which it's been used or applied to different events or features or processes, such as the extinction of megafauna 66 million years ago due to an impact and my fellow Americans will forgive me, in the Gulf of Mexico. And what is important to...
Be careful.
I know. I'm not planning to travel to the US anytime soon. And in the meantime, who knows what's going to happen. But so that leads me to this very maybe too flat statement that the collapse, how I see it, of a civilization or society means above all a quick and deep loss of complexity followed by an all-encompassing transformation or transformations. And with regard of the difference between the Old Kingdom, 5th, 6th dynasties in particular, and the aftermath that followed immediately after it, I wouldn't draw too sharp line. I would say they continued with the business as usual, but with much lower complexity. To simplify the subject of the talk, I will talk about two different dynamics in ancient Egyptian society. We can, if we simplify, we can see a subsistence system or economy. You call it in modern terms, legitimacy of institutions, knowledge, technology, and institutions and state. And this is the so-called inner dynamics. And then you have external dynamics, which is natural environment, which is sometimes maybe too simply called climate change. But we know that climate change is just a part of a much bigger environmental complex. And these components have one innate characteristics, namely that they interact permanently. This is the outline of the traditional chronology for the Old Kingdom and the first intermediate period, as published back in 2006 by Hornung, Krauss, Warburton, and some others. And we can see that the archaic period was to start around 2900 BC, whereby the end of the 6th dynasty was dated to about 2150 BC, and I will get to this later on. As Hanka said, it's important to say where our evidence for this talk comes from. So this evidence is basically from Abu Sir and Saqqara, from our excavations roughly in this area and to the north of it, which belonged to ancient Memphis, with the temple of Ptah, to which Mohamed was referring this morning, or excuse me, Hanka. Principal factors to consider, at least from my point of view, is energy that was available for the evolution of the Old Kingdom, nature and speed of the changes in the society and in the nature, the level of complexity, evolution of administration, the state of the social contract, and this will be my huge shout out to Mark Lehner and his team in Giza, legitimacy of the elites, nepotism and lobbyism, and dynamics of the environmental changes. First factor to consider is the so-called ROI, which is energy return on investment. It's a ratio that measures the amount of usable energy delivered from an energy source, etc., etc. You can read it yourself. In ancient Egypt, the principal and the almost only source of energy were the annual Nile floods. High Nile floods, good taxes, good harvest, high taxes, and the elite, including the divine king, could invest into state-sponsored and non-state-sponsored projects. We have one major source of information relating to this factor, which is the Palermo stone that stops in the first half of the 5th dynasty. Nevertheless, there is a certain pattern that you can see over the first 5 dynasties, starting in the reign of Ger, namely a gradual losing of the annual wells of the Nile flood, which was quite essential. And we can see also some peaks, some lows and some peaks that are to be associated with major political events, such as the end of the 1st dynasty, building of the monumental complex of Djoser, for instance, achievements of Snofru and his son Khufu in Giza. Another phenomenon, very important, again from my perspective, is the nature of the changes that had been invented by 1972 and called punctuated equilibria. And to this, I mentioned it yesterday, I think I have one very nice example from Hemingway's novel The Sun Also Rises, when Bill asked his friend, how did you go bankrupt? And he says, 2 ways, gradually and then suddenly. And I think that is something that applies very well also for the end of the Old Kingdom. Stephen Jay Gould, probably a known scientist that invented this in 1972 when he wanted to observe a huge cross-section and analyze how the fossils developed over time, and he couldn't find anything that would support a gradual change, and that's why he observed these, I mean, very rapid, punctuated changes, and that's why he started to call it a punctuated model. Very nice examples, just to bring us back to ancient Egypt. Take, for instance, father of Djoser, Harvey, and his, again, in simplified terms, a pit tomb in Abydos. It's impressive. It's really significant, but still, there's minimal use of stone. It's built of unfired mud brick in an open pit. And only a couple of years later, we have this without any evolutionary intermediate steps. There is a pit tomb made of mud brick, and there is Djoser reaching a height of 65 meters. No evolution whatsoever. Okay, we have the building stages of the pyramid, etc., but you probably understand what I mean. Or the complex of Pepi II, because we can have a upwards and downwards development. Pepi II, still a real complex. And then what followed immediately in South Saqqara was this also a pyramid. For this reason, I differentiate several major leap periods during the Old Kingdom, which you can see here, and which I will briefly comment on in the next 10 or 15 slides. Nećerica Djoser, 2600 BC. We know the complex. We know that first decorated tombs appear. There were very Nile floods, according to the Palermo stones, leading to high taxes and very rich and cheap energy available for the elite of the country. So these are the major innovations or inventions linked with Djoser. The first completed monumental complex built of stones, the first recorded grammatical sentences in the language, proliferation of the administration, decorated tombs, and expeditions that were being sent regularly abroad to bring even more energy and more luxurious materials to support the status race. We can also clearly see this period, the growing complexity. Just to compare it again, we have two scribes attested from around 30 to 50 BC, ranging for funeral equipment of the king or chieftain buried in UJ tomb. Then at least 9 scribes from around 3000 BC, and then more than 50 scribes attested from the burial corridors, from the corridors, funeral corridors inside the complex of Djoser. So this just gives you an idea how steeply the complexity of the country was growing. Then periods 2, it's Snefru, because it's not Khufu. He was just exploiting the achievements of his father, but it's the real king on the throne was in terms of complexity and invention, Snofru, whose pyramids you have here. And here is the list of major innovations: standardization of the non-oral tombs in terms of their size and architecture. The same goes true for the daily cults, introducing miniature cups and plates made of clay, replacement or to a large extent of stone vessels through the Meidumware, introduction of the Hetep-Din-Isud formula, very important leap in the symbolical world of the ancient Egyptians, building small pyramids all over Egypt, down to Kubet el-Hawa, down to Elephantini, organizing cemeteries on a regular grid-like pattern, and huge pyramids associated both with Snefru and Khufu. And why they did it? Because they could. And here I just refer to Occam's razor. The simple explanation is, in most cases, the most probable one. So these are the pyramids as we know them in Giza, the earliest papyri from the Red Sea, and so on. With regard to Giza, it's very important to pay attention to the so-called social contract. First, brief reference from the legendary Tainter's book, 1988. Generosity is the basis of politics and economics, and downward distribution of amassed resources ensures loyalty. We can see this very clearly in Giza thanks to this magnificent project spearheaded by Mark Lehner since maybe 1980s. So if we consider hypothetically that every adult male person associated with the Giza pyramids, based on archaeological evidence, had a wife and several children and so on, we can get a figure of about 150 to 200,000 individuals who may have had a direct or indirect profit from a pyramid building project lasting many years, being paid by the state. And if you want to read more, I refer to my recent article in Fisher for Stefan Zeidelmeier, which Richard and his friends were co-editing. Here we come to Mark's excavation. There was a excellent talk in the morning, so I don't have to elaborate on this in any significant detail. Based on current estimations, maybe 5,000 people lived directly in the city, but we can agree that many more were coming from the surrounding settlements. I just want to referring to Chris Thaler's analysis of catchment, which is called catchment analysis, that says that anything within a distance of 5 kilometers is manageable. So many people could easily live, less important people could easily live in the villages in a distance up to 5 kilometers. And this is, by the way, why we are not very likely to discover a pyramid city in Abu Sir or Saqqara, because the settlement was there so dense that the people were simply coming to work, or the majority of them. The third period is Shepseskaf. Again, it's the transition between the 4th and 5th dynasty. With the outset of the 5th dynasty, we have first non-royal viziers. At the end of the royal nepotism, we have first marriages of royal daughters to non-royal officials. Big thing. I will show you briefly the only representation of the legendary Hamad, the daughter of Uzerkaf. Non-linear drop in the size of the pyramids. Growing area for storerooms inside the pyramid complexes, inside the pyramid temples. Very important symbolical feature of this monumental architecture. Obviously growing number of high-ranking officials of known origin, increasing symbolism, rising importance of loyalty, and emergence of the solar politics and building of the sun temples in order to curb down the influence of the priests of Ra, which, by the way, Abu Sir kings represented a kind of a example for Amenhotep III how to curb down the influence of the priests of Amun. So run on resources from the early 5th dynasty. We can see manifested in two different ways. First of all, is the drop in the built volume of individual pyramids. This is the end of the 4th dynasty, and you can see that during the 5th and 6th dynasties, the pyramids are more or less standardized. And then the increasing size of storerooms inside the pyramid complexes, which indicates nothing else than the priests had to get that they were becoming more and more priests involved in the pyramid complexes on a daily basis, and they had to be paid more and more. So this is what is called in modern terms rising mandatory expenses that went against decreasing annual Nile floods. It's not that easy. To complicate it a bit, we have these wonderful examples from the causeway of Sahura discovered by our Egyptian colleagues. Nowadays it's Mohamed Ismail, our boss, working on the complex of Sahura. And we can think, and that would be a completely different topic, but we can speculate that the sheer monumentality was replaced by something that was also very expensive. Beautifully carried out decoration, which is in huge contrast to relatively poorly decorated complexes of the 4th dynasty, at least based on what we know and what Dorothea Arnold published many years ago with regard to the Giza complexes. Early 5th dynasty brings another very important feature, which are the earliest known attestations of lobbyism and nepotism, I will present briefly the latest results of our excavation in Saqqara, when we managed to rediscover tombs that were lost for almost 160 years. They all come from the excavations of Megadrought, but who never paid attention to their publication. So I will skip Kaim Hesed, who is the father of these of Sabu, who is here, and Ptahshepses over here. That's the famous Ptahshepses C1 from the British Museum. Kaim Hesed was dated, thanks to C14 samples, to the very beginning of the 5th dynasty. Sabu was probably a guy who made a deal with Userkaf, and these two gentlemen decided that Sabu's son, Ptahshepses, is going to marry royal daughter Hana to strengthen the bonds between the royal and non-royal sphere at that time, because, as I said, from the early 5th dynasty, these were the non-royals, including the viziers, that were increasingly taking over the dominance within the state administration. So this is the tomb of Sabu, dating more or less to the reign of Userkaf, Sahura. Beautifully, because we are Egyptologists and we like also nice stuff. Okay, so this is the facade of the mastaba, never published by Mariette, just described, and beautifully preserved detail of one of the most influential priests of Ptah from the early 5th dynasty. And that's why I liked Hanka's and Mohammed's presentation of Djedkare, because I think now that these families had certainly very specific bonds with Djedkare and his family as well. And what is even more important is this northern false door. But make it more funny, do you recognize this member of our mission standing here? Just make a guess. It's not Mohammed, obviously. It's Hanka. She's trying to hide now. She's smaller and smaller and smaller. But with all due respect, I'm going to pay attention to the false door, which is here. And this is something you can very rarely have, almost never, because this Sabu, the son of Kaim Hesed, so the 2nd generation, mentions explicitly over here that on the inner left champ, which is here, he says, his beloved son, his well-provided overseer of stone vessel makers, Ranefer, whose mastaba is to the east. Great of the inspectors, of craftsmen, Hemnesher of Ptah, priest of Sokar, Sabu. That's the owner. And then on the inner right champ, over here, we have great of the inspectors of craftsmen, Sabu, and his son, blah, 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 Ptahshepses. Here we have Ptahshepses. And we can prove explicitly that it's a relationship father and son. A more detailed presentation was shown last week. Those of you who were not here made a big mistake. I'm sorry, but we can't cover everyone. You were there, so you are my witness. So this is the mastaba from which the wonderfully preserved false door on display in the British Museum and the lintel originate. The false door was originally here. This is the west wall of the chapel. This is the entrance part with newly discovered decoration painted on plaster. The chapel, still lower part of the central niche of the false door in situ, featuring the name of Ptahshepses. And in the upper right corner, the only known preserved surviving detail of what we think was royal daughter Hamad from the decoration of the chapel. That's all we have at our disposal. This Ptahshepses started his career as a kid at the court of Menkaura and lived up to the first 5-8 years of Neusera, because he was serving in his Sun Temple as well. So at least some rudimentary version of the Sun Temple of Neusera had to be in operation. This is the lintel that originates from the entrance part, because in British Museum you can see them put together, which is a mistake. And the false door. This is the reconstruction by Roman Kundakar, your doctor, father, Very nice reconstruction from Lingua Egyptia, I think. And so, the next slide, I give you 8 seconds. Nobody's leaving. Nobody's closing their eyes. Okay, your mistake. And this is the burial chamber, excavated almost 2 centuries ago. And the mummy is still there. The mummy was still there. So we have this huge biographic inscription, which was deemed incredible. You know, a guy starting career under Menkaura, living up to Nusera, and Egyptologists were counting the years. Peter Dorman, specifically, saying he would have to be 70 plus, and most people are saying, okay, the most people we know anthropologically live to 50, 55. So he's there. The warning was also not only because of the mummy, but also because of mummified bulti fish, which is here and which might cause the same sort of inconvenience, maybe. So he was there. He was examined by our anthropologists, and do you know what? He was about 75. Which is an incredible feat, you know, for an old Egyptian. He was certainly upper part. We know he was the first non-royal who was married to a royal daughter, certainly shared the table with the king, at least at some occasions. Just remember what it had to mean if you watch again, and I highly recommend it, when you get back home or in the evening, due to jet lag, to see the first part of Godfather. And then you will have the whole picture. I will not read his biography, which is here, but from the historical data we can estimate that he witnessed Nusera's ascending the throne at an age of about 70. And here we have the titles and the affiliation. So we have Kaim Hesed, who was a priest of Ptah. We have Sabu, who was a priest of Ptah. And we have Ptahshepses, who was also priest of Ptah. And the story then ends in South Saqqara in the time of Djedkare. Next period, Nusera. And if you remember, the last 2 days there were at least 4 or 5 talks that were referring specifically to Nusera and his importance. So he built the best preserved solar temple. He is the first king known, being represented kneeling in his sun temple. We have also a new kind of statues, dais that maybe reflect the divine and the earthly status or nature of the king. And again, we have beautiful attestations of nepotism, demotization, plutocracy, family businesses, hereditary principles. In operation, we saw the first family of Kaim Hesed, Sabu, and Ptahshepses. And it's very, very modern thing, actually, discovered for the first time in Egypt in 1960s by our mission, when Zbigniew Żaba worked on the mastaba of Ptahshepses, a different one, the one from Abu Sir, who lived in the reign of Nusera, and maybe slightly later. But this is a thing which is coming again and again over the millennia, and it was addressed relatively recently by a famous American economist, Mencure Olson, Michael Lofgren in his Deep State, and so on and so forth. Some Abu Sir flavor again. This is the biggest mastaba ever built in the third, non-royal mastaba ever built in the 3rd millennium BC in Abu Sir, belonging to a vizier Ptahshepses, who started his career as a royal hairdresser. Again, married a royal daughter, and started a real status race, because, as you may remember, his mastaba emulates in many aspects royal architecture. So this is really interesting to observe in detail. And here's a list of major innovations of Nusera. Status race emulation of the status of the king on the part of the elite. By the way, what I skipped, Ptahshepses C1 from North Saqqara is the first person, counts among the very first persons, with the explicit attestations of Osiris. So forget about the notion that is still all over the textbooks and scientific publications that Osiris was an invention of the royal domain. Quite on the contrary. It comes from the non-royal domain, and there is increasing evidence proving it. Introduction of the hereditary principle into administration. All sons of Ptahshepses inherited the same titles, same offices at the royal court like their father. further development of new decoration schemes in non-royal tombs, increasing number of wealthy tombs, and end of the EB3. I will get to it. We have one evolutionary paradox dating to the reign of Neusera, and again punctuated equilibria, disruptive thing. We have this mastaba of Ptahshepses. Obviously, it could be built. It could have been built up earlier, a couple of years before. We witness sudden emergence of these huge family tombs, such as Tomb of Tea that was also explored by our team, and this part was completely newly discovered, the series of shafts, and the mastaba of Ptahshepses in Abu Sir. From Neusera, in particular, we can see that there is a huge run on resources, because from his reign, the size of the built area of the magazines inside the pyramid complexes is soaring down to the reign of Pepi II. And again, I remind you that it was the period when Egypt started to lack resources, because the Nile inundation was dropping relatively steeply. End of the EB3, just very briefly, from the mastaba of Ptahshepses plus minus Neusera, we have quite a unique scene showing a votive offering bearer holding an EB3 metallic ware, and we had a big discussion that resulted also in a publication with Karen, and we think that most of the metallic ware was imported to Egypt down to Neusera, because after that the production centers in the Levant come to a halt. We have a proliferation of the interest groups, and again I refer to Godfather. In the mastaba of Ptahshepses in Abu Sir, we have 76 different holders, 32 titles, many quite often with names, so they show their importance, their appendance in this patron-client relationship. Then in the Tomb of Tea, we have almost 2,000 figures, and many of them are labeled not only with their titles and professions, but also with the names, to show the future generations that it's me who served or cooperated with my superior. So it was not a unbalanced but relationship, but obviously both parties had an eminent interest in the collaboration, because it was, as long as there was energy and resources, it was profitable for both parties. And it was the same with the elites and the king, then therefore the status race, etc. Environmental changes, Harvey. Now you pay attention, because I'm going to refer to your work as well. The gradual reduction of electrons input into Lake Tana, etc., was responsible for major drop of the Nile. I refer here to a work by Marshall and others from 2011. By the way, the Lake of Tana is over here. And then Weiss 2022 and Zhao 2025. Really recent thing that really shows that there was something serious happening with the annual Nile floods, around 2,250 in particular. Very important. Daphne referred to Neusera and the environmental changes. So from the reign of Neusera, we have a lot of proxy data indicating that there was something, that the Egyptians realized there was something happening with the environment around them. First of all, it's the new topic in the tombs decoration. This is from Neanchnu and Knuhotep, and we have 16 attestations, putting these two early 4th dynasty attestations aside because it's different context. We have 14 different mastabas, dating to the reign of Neusera down to Pepi I, because after that we don't have any huge mastabas anymore. Again, the reasons for this are beyond the scope of this particular talk. We have also attestations of the mummifications bowls in which Peculus pharaoh beetles got stuck in the hot resin, that attest to the fact that the mummification took place very close to the Abu Sir tombs, which are about 500 meters west of the lake of Abu Sir. And these Peculus pharaoh beetles live can live and survive only in a highly saline, desert-like, harsh environment. So we know that by this time, this is Teti Pepi 1, this was a desert. It wasn't a savanna anymore, it was a desert. And there are more proxy data. Richard referred to Elephantini, to which I will get in the next slide. But this is just to show you one of the discoveries and maybe a topic for our cooperation with Mark and his people. Our pits opened at the lake of Abu Sir, very close to it. I'm showing in this slide only pit A, which is here, in which we discovered what we think is a landing harbor lamp about 1.8 meters below the, or maybe 1.6, 1.5 below the current surface of the desert. And what is important is that in connection with this landing platform, we came across pottery dating to the 4th and 5th dynasty, and immediately above it, a quite significant layer with calcite small pieces that shows that immediately after it was put into unuse, there followed a very dry, spell of drought. Elephantini, what is called a drift on the island. Throughout the 3rd millennium, we have had a station that in the early dynasty, early first 2 dynasties, the settlement was above 96 meters above sea level. By the end of the Old Kingdom and during the first intermediate period, it was around 91 meters. So they could afford to go 5 meters down because the annual floods were probably losing the potential to destroy the houses at such highs on the island. Then we have Djedkare. You heard a lot, so I will skip all the details, but this is the period from which down to the Pepi II reign, we are losing the stasis, the period when everything continues for decades. And that's very important because when a system is going to make a leap, then it's preceded by a period when you have peaks and valleys, so the system is not stable anymore. I call it a tail period, basically 6th dynasty. We have no periods of equilibria anymore, and then we have all possible administrative reforms that you can find by seminal work by Naguib Kanawadi. We have the appearance of very important queens, Angenes Pepi 1 and 2, including the grammatical structuring of the name, meaning May Pepi live for her, that shows that the relationship between the kings of the 6th dynasty and the Abydos elite was very close at the time. And again, I refer to some works. We have proliferation of provincial governors, high officials, etc. Very important work by Richard on the provincial temples. That is sort of a microcosm of all of this. Alejandro talked about Kubit el-Hawa, so this is just to remind you that we have these wonderful tombs not only in the provinces but also in the reign of Teti, for instance, in Saqqara, in the so-called Teti cemetery, and Angenes Pepi II, one of the many, I would say many queens that gave birth to many competitors for the throne, and someone referred to here that one of the reasons, and I think that's the original idea of Hreč Papazian, that there were so many competitors for the throne that it led to a relative political instability. This is the end of it. 4th dynasty, one of the first kings following the 6th dynasty. The changes in the kingship, to which I will get at the very end. Here is what is also very important. Nowadays we can say that the whole chronology of the Old Kingdom has to be pushed back by more or less a century. These are still unpublished data from our tombs. Chaim has said Mastaba and Mastaba C1 that show quite clearly that New Sera's reign falls to a period of around 2500 BC. If you go to previous publications, you find figures around 2400 BC. And they are in full accordance with two recently published, 2023, I think, articles by Anita Quiles, which is unfortunately not with us today, and Karin Sovada, or Yanis Tristan, dating the probable reigns of Den around 2950, and the end of the 6th dynasty as related to the story of Zhao, about which we heard yesterday. So right now, there is no reason to believe that this movement of the chronology would be a big mistake. Moreover, that it's in accordance with the 2012, I think, Aaron Regev's publication that also was saying a century. You have to travel century. So this is the roughly readjusted chronology for the Old Kingdom. 5th dynasty starting around 2535. For instance, the 3rd dynasty and Djoser, 2700 BC. And the end of the 6th dynasty would have been around 2250. Major Old Kingdom transformations. We can see the ruler, an exceptional figure. At the end, a figure to a large degree dependent or cooperating with provincial dignitaries. Organization of state administration, linear, regional. Construction of the royal pyramid complexes first led to establishment of the social contract. At the end, it led to its collapse. Operation of the royal pyramid complexes. Then we have the economic system, collapse of effectively functioning central bodies, resulting in an ability to share shrinking economic potential, collapse of the social contract. And this is one of the built pyramid complexes of Pepi II in South Saqqara. So to conclude, I think that there is ample evidence to say that the way to the collapse was long. I would first favor the internal factors such as rise of non-royal officials, nepotism, lobbyism. Later on, synchronized with the onset of climatic change dated to the reign of Nusera, gradual loss of cheap energy, a steep rise in mandatory expenses, administrative reforms, collapse of the Levantine centers, at least in the southern part of the Levant, and the tail period full of never-ending changes. There is no silver bullet to the problem. There is not a single factor that would explain it all. I personally think that it's very important to see that the final critical factors were encoded at the beginning of the system, because so you always have, big pyramid that leads to the exhaustion of the system, the divine king that leads to a king that is not that much divine, can be attacked by his own servants. And why do we say the 4.2 event? Because the Egyptians couldn't simply contain the multiplier effect of all these endo and exogenous processes anymore. They just had enough. Around this period, they just couldn't sustain the changes anymore. So this is my final screen, and I thank you for your attention.
Mirek, thank you very much, and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions, comments. Do we have anybody online in the online discussion? We don't, so please.
Just a brief comment. I'm surprised in all this discussion over the years, actually, not just here, nobody has looked at a complex adaptive systems approach, such as endemic to complexity studies across disciplines since the 1980s. The epicenter here is the Santa Fe Institute in New Mexico, but basically they look at how local rules generate global order. One of their rubrics is we assume central authority where there isn't any, and in the past we impose it where there's no need for it. It's kind of how complex adaptive systems, highly intricate order emerges from algorithms, local rules, like ant colonies. It applies to galaxies, economies, civilizations, the Amazon rainforest. And they would probably argue against a centralized mindset where when we see complexity, we assume there's a mind behind it. We assume there's a ghost in the machine. But they would also say a centralized mindset would tend to focus on one thing, whereas in a complex adaptive system, which includes us and ants and villages, civilizations, there really is no one silver bullet. So I just thought I would add that to your bullet point on the silver bullet.
Okay, and any more comments or questions or additions to our discussion now? So thank you very much, Mirek. And I will invite our next speaker. So Andrea Pillon will talk about, and I don't have the paper with me, we'll talk about assessing the impact of climate on politics during the first intermediate period, local perspectives and faced crises.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very happy to be here today in Prague to discuss the first intermediate period and to continue in some way a discussion started a few years ago in Cairo. I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation and for organizing this study days so full of interesting discussions. I have worked for a long time on the prosopography and social history of the first intermediate period, on the Egyptian administration between the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom. And here I would like to share with you some of my reflections and conclusions on how I think we should view the end of the Old Kingdom and therefore the first intermediate period through a multi-phase approach, in a way choosing the long-term, long-durée perspective. I will try to show you how a multi-phasic approach could be useful to consider the degree of climate change impact in the politics of the late third millennium, and thus to qualify climate change as a factor for the so-called Old Kingdom collapse. I hope to show the advantages of a multiphasic approach in this context. Scholars have often considered the division between the Old Kingdom and the first intermediate period as two separate and monolithic blocks, separating two political moments and even in social and cultural history. There is a before and an after. And more researchers confuse or equate the Old Kingdom with the era of the kings of Memphis and the first intermediate period with the fall of the Memphite power. Several factors would have caused either social revolutions, according to some, or cultural change towards individualism in the absence of royal power or reference to kings. This is what we could call the theory of the emergence of self-made man and democratization, with which I do not agree, but that is not the subject today. However, I invite you to reconsider when this power of Memphis fell. In fact, it seems that the collapse of the central administration occurred somewhat before the rule of Heracleopolis, that is, after the reign of Pepi II. For example, the viziers are not absent during the period of Heracleopolis and afterwards. What then the reference of this division between the kingdom of Memphis and the kingdom of Heracleopolis, is it pertinent? Look at this list of viziers of the late Memphite kingdom. The first vizier who may have performed this duty between the end of the King Pepi II and in the years that followed, or even in Dynasty 7, is Necheb Neferkare. His titles include the functions, characteristics of the vizier office in the Memphite tradition. As Tati Sab Chati is responsible for the treasury, the secretarial activities of the chancellery. He was overseer of the scribes of royal documents. He was responsible for the town pyramid. he administered the priests of the funerary temple of Papi II. His titles, Imira Gesper, Imira Gesuper, relate to royal economic output in the country, titles held by other viziers previously. Unsurprisingly, his rank titles are the highest, Iripat and Khatia. He has his tomb in Saqqara, but could have been vizier years after the death of Papi II, Saqqara South. Then comes the vizier Urkau Ba Iku. This vizier has a very simple title, which includes, in order, the title Semerwati Friend, Imiro Hut Uret, the overseer of the Great Court, and Taiti Sabchati vizier. He is responsible for the establishment of the chancellery, the Hut Uret, thus the core of the state administrative activities, but no reference is made to the many key sectors of the state apparatus for which the vizier was normally in charge. The treasury, the granary, the archives, and the great court, they are not included. His tomb is not at Saqqara, but at Giza, and is indeed reduced to a modest chapel and a funerary shaft not far away. It is placed next to the tomb of Senejem ibn Mehi and his family of the 6th dynasty state officials and viziers in Giza. So he belongs to a tradition of officials of before the epoch of Papi II. If the dating is correct, this is therefore a member of an ancient family of viziers that may have regained importance during the difficult succession of kings in the 7th dynasty and so on. There are no other monuments, large or small, of the heads of major economic offices of the administration in Memphis. And for also all the late Memphite dynasties, the 7th and the 8th. As far as the Egyptian treasury is concerned, only this monument can be extended to a senior official of this bureau. He is called Shepsespta and overseer of the two treasuries. The secondary offices mentioned in the stela tell us that Shepsespta held also the post of overseer of scribes at different establishments: the Perhej, the treasury, the Wabti, the workshop, the Izwi Hecheru Nesut, the office of the king's ornaments, and the Perui Nebu, the house, double house of gold. His title, Imichet Perhej, superintendent of the treasury, is followed by the explicit epithet Ip, Awi, Shemata, Mehu, Hasut Nebu, he who accounts for production from the Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, and all foreign lands. This confirms the maintenance of a product supply system extended at state level as far as the interland. Or this is the ideal goal for the Memphite administration of the epoch. However, the officers of the central administration at the time seem to have somehow disappeared. This goes against the commonly accepted idea that up to the 8th dynasty, we are in the late Old Kingdom, and that with all the kingdom, a certain solidity of central power is maintained in Egypt. Indeed, there is therefore a big void in Egypt's central administration after Papi II. It is hard to understand why. How do you explain it? Is it the reflection of a crisis at the center of the state? I think so. Or is it just that the tombs of the Memphite officials as a whole have yet to be discovered? I wonder if this crisis should be linked to an internal struggle between ruling families who played their influence at every change of ruler. Let us remember how ephemeral the kings of the 7th and 8th dynasties are. This does not mean, however, that Memphis is no longer in control of the country. On the contrary, in Coptos, numerous royal decrees sent from the residence ensure that the local vizier family, the family of Shemai, linked to the royal family by marriage with his wife, receives taxes from the provinces of Upper Egypt. is just an example of the content of this decrease. And a papyrus from Elephantine seems to document one such transaction between Elephantine and Coptos at the end of the 8th dynasty. In the papyrus, there is the mention of ochre and skins that are sent by the local official of Elephantine to Shemai. And the same content, we can find them also in the decrees, say the same goods. Moreover, the son of the vizier, or this vizier, called Idi, also traveled to Elephantine to obtain granite and the sarcophagus of the king, and this vizier family also seems to have organized an overseas expedition to the land of God, what is called sometimes Punt. Is it Punt? I don't think so, but could be. Anyway, they went, they reached the eastern regions in relation to Egypt. And what about the rural economy? Are the inscription of this epoch stressing environmental difficulties? Not at all for the moment. For example, some of these royal decrees from Coptos give the vizier, as overseer of Upper Egypt, the power to allocate new fields in different provinces to enrich the temple of the local god of Coptos, Min. So this documentation from Coptos is very precise and contrasts with the paucity of prosopographical data in the Memphite necropolis of the same epoch. What we can conclude is that there is no total collapse of the royal institution. The capital still runs the country somehow. But there is a decline in the power and prestige. Perhaps the career longevity is also shorter of the officers of the Memphis court. If we know little about the royal tombs of the 7th and 8th dynasty, we know of a royal one, the small pyramid of Ibi or Abba, for example, but quite nothing of the private tombs of his officers and family. Where are the tombs of the Memphis officials of this epoch? Is this lack of evidence a historical one or an archaeological factor? This is my question. The recent discoveries made by the MAFS mission led by Philippe Colombert behind the pyramid complex of Pepi I, finding new mastabas and the mastaba of the famous Uni of Abydos, show that a lot is still to be done. And around the pyramid of Pepi II, the excavation by Jacquier were not exhaustive at all. Anyway, we need to consider another criteria too, to understand what is happening from a cultural point of view. The few mastabas around the pyramid of Pepi II are poorer than in the past period. They are made of mud brick and no more stone masonry. At this epoch also appears a type of tomb, the so-called tomb en four, that contrasts with the prestige of earlier private tombs around the royal cemeteries. However, this change started a bit before the reign of Pepi II. So what this transformation represents in relation to the collapse event we are analyzing here. I would suggest not to give too hasty answers. There was much talk yesterday about variability in energy spent by the administration to building activities. In the case of the construction of non-royal tombs, one must take into account that the kingdoms of Pepi I and Pepi II represent a transfer of energy to the provinces, where the royal agents on the spot, the nomarchs, begin to establish monumental necropolis locally while being loyal to the monarchy. This is to say how delicate these issues is, how careful one must be to interpret certain political, prosopographical and cultural phenomena in order to reach conclusions. In any case, it seems important to me to take account the weakness of the central administration during the last Memphite dynasties, an element that seems to me traceable to a deep dynastic crisis. To what extent this crisis can be traced back to a climate crisis, I will leave you to answer. If I were to look for evidence of climate-related problems and more general difficulties that would have led to discontent and therefore revolts or uprests, perhaps this is still this period between the end of the 6th dynasty and the following generations that I would focus on. Recently, especially after the article of Hrach Papazian on the 8th dynasty, the Old Kingdom is made to continue until the end of the 8th dynasty. But if the Old Kingdom is, as the scholars of the 20th century thought of it, the beginning of internal strife and major difficulties, like uprising, the last years of the 6th dynasty and sequent years are certainly not peaceful at all in the country. If you follow these criteria to separate Old Kingdom and First Intermediate Period, the limit seems less obvious. In Mendes, in the late 6th dynasty, the city is sacked. Dozens of dead have been abandoned under rubble. Tombs are burned. In Balat Ain-Nazil, not at the same time of Mendes, but shortly afterwards, the palace is burned down. It is partially rebuilt, reused. And after a little time, a new generation of governors who identify themselves, in part, I think, that's my hypothesis, but as being of indigenous origin, perhaps Libyan or Nubian, if you look at the iconography of one, come to power. In Coptos, at the end of the 8th dynasty, the biography of the vizier, Shemai, restored by his son Idi, is dated to a specific period. They call it Sefat Uru Het Sepaut Chenu, which seems to be translated, it's not very easy to understand what they mean, but the hatred of the great ones through the provinces of Upper Egypt. The biography of Shemai's tomb is not really a biography. It's nothing more than a dedication by his son, in which he specifies his son. What he specifies? Specifies having restored his father's tomb, which were destroyed by rebels, or destroyed and burned. This event characterizes the last years of the Memphite kingdom. For what reasons this occurred, I don't know. If these tragic events are due to drought and famine, I leave the answer to you, because I do not have a solution and I take no responsibility in this regard. But something really happening at this epoch, and this is before the 9th dynasty. However, let us see what happened next with the creation of a new dynasty, when a family from Heracleopolis took power. Although we know little in the way in which this transfer of power from Memphis to Heracleopolis happened. Perhaps it was peaceful. You know, there is a decree from Coptos, the R decree, that made Idi of Coptos as vizier after his father, after the riots, could be the first Heracleopolitan king and not the last Memphite, according to some scholars. The name of this king is the Medjib-Tawi, so the one who unifies the heart of the country. I want to show you some data that perhaps allow us to look at this period differently from what we have done so far. There is a tendency so to say that Heracleopolis was not able to rule the country and that the power of these kings was very weak. Are we certain of this, and to what extent they would be weak? The absence of royal monuments in their name would prove it for some scholars. But what the monuments of Echnazil Medina, the site of the city of Heracleopolis, show? They tell an entirely different story. Excavations made by the Spanish mission headed by Maria Carmen Perez-Diaz have over the years found over the years dozens of tombs and stelas in the local necropolis. The titles of their owners, the owners of these tombs and stelas, the prosopography from there is very interesting to understand that the elite of the Heracleopolis was transformed from a local elite to an elite associated to royal power. This material is partially unpublished, and I will only mention you some of the results still in progress, and I collaborate a bit also at this work, so I will show you them in 1 second. You will see on the screen a few titles, a selection of monuments that define Heracleopolis as a true capital, with officials in charge of what we can call the residence, with its palace administration and other officials holding positions in the central administration of the country. You can read the titles, for example, of Ibn. He is controller of the ceremonial palace. Epigeret is a measurer in the chamber of the mir. So titles are linked with administrative roles in the palace, also economical functions or ceremonial ones. Epiherseneb is regulator of the file in the Ka chapel. Nen is chief of the secrets of the house of mourning, overseer of the department of the offering tables of the palace, he who sees the beauty of his lord, the king, cupbearer of the offering table, of supervisor of the wardrobe. And we have also Eri Shefnat, look at him, chief of the secrets of the domain of the king of Lower Egypt, and overseer of the harem. We have also titles linked to the central and territorial administration, estate overseer of 2 granaries, governor of a crown estate, so or Hut, overseer of the army, overseer of the fields, overseer of Lower Egypt. So they were linked. There are 6 officers linked to the administration of Lower Egypt in this period. And there is Keti, that has titles very similar to the ones were given in general to viziers. He is overseer of the Great Court, or Hall of Justice, for some, depends by the translations, speaker of Nechen, among others, overseer of the scribes of the royal documents in presence. And then we have Chow, responsible of the economy, the central economy, overseer of the 2 treasuries, overseer of the 2 granaries, overseer of the 2 falling ponds, overseer of Lower Egypt, overseer of the cattle. These are only a selection of the titles attested in the necropolis of Echnasiel Medina, the capital, but they are sufficient to understand the extent to which the local elite of Heracleopolis succeeded in transforming itself into the country's ruling elite, with a royal palace and administrative offices. Although the dating of some of the stela may be slightly later than their unification of the country, they are clearly the tombs of the Heracleopolitan Palatine elite. These monuments refute the very pessimistic opinion of some scholars on the low degree of Heracleopolis' influence and impact on the country. Despite the wars, it would be excessive to say that Heracleopolis was a capital city without influence over the administration of the territory. Indeed, this influence is also clearly visible in the provinces. Let us look at Deir el-Bersha. You will certainly know the tombs of the nobles located on the mountain behind the village. Among these tombs is the famous one of the vizier Akhenat of Bersha, which someday to the time of Montuhatep II, even if nothing is certain, it could be Heracleopolitan. Anyway, I invite you to go down from the mountain and go to the village square in the Sakhla. Here there is an earlier necropolis cemetery that is dated by the team of Arco Willems and Marlene de Meyer to the Heracleopolitan period, or at last to the first intermediate period in general, and before the reunification of the country, and before Akhenat. From here come tombs in a style similar to that of the necropolis of Echnasiel Medina, or of the Heracleopolitan period. Famous as studied by Fischer and later by Edward Browaski is this first door stela of a vizier called Hu, a vizier, therefore Heracleopolitan, placed in the province, as in the longest tradition of the Old Kingdom central administration. Other tombs belong to the local elites, and especially to the nobility formed in Bersha, perhaps because of the appointment of this vizier. Among these monuments, the inscribed tomb of the Lady Jutinacht should be mentioned. A biographic inscription offers a unique and highly interesting title for Lady Jutinacht. She is Iri-Atepat Maut, new hereditary princess. The title Iri-Tepat occurs in the Old Kingdom for women of high status and becomes part of the standard title string of queens from the 6th dynasty onwards. However, the combination of the title with the adjective Mau, meaning new, is unique as far as we know and shows that Lady Jyotinath was new nobility, not someone who had inherited somehow her title and status from being born into the right family, in a family that was important before this time. We can wonder if this title states the new link of the local elite with the new capital, Heracleopolis. Heracleopolis places its royal agents in the provinces, but also implements loyalty-building strategies. Some sons of local governors were raised at the capital, as the governor Kheti of Asyut he says in his autobiography that he learned to swim with the royal princes in Heracleopolis. In the case that I have here of the governor Setka, the governor of Le Fontini, buried at Kubdai-Khawa, his autobiography reproduces a pattern known since the 6th dynasty. The house of Kheti, the new capital, asked Setka for exotic products in exchange for other items from the new capital, such as the coffin and funerary furniture, in addition to luxury goods. This is a relationship of vassalage, a relationship in the process of confirmation between Heracleopolis and the Le Fontini, probably, perhaps at the beginning of the Heracleopolitan reign. Despite this administrative and palatial system, what can we say then about the relationship of Egyptian of the era with the famous climate change? What will be its impact? According to some scholars, the central, so the capital, and the local Egyptian administration did not know how to fight and manage the climatic events, and these caused the mythical socio-political collapse or revolutions I told you about at the beginning. But we observe that at both the capital and local levels, this situation is different. There would be much to say about local administration in contemporary towns, but this is not the topic here. I will only summarize by saying that contemporary towns are generally around two institutions. The local governor's palace, which has soft but existing links to the capital, and the local temple, run by the governor and his family, with ritual but also economic roles. At this epoch, some members of the intermediate elites are owners of stelas and tombs, and we discover, because of these monuments, their role in the local administration as scribe of the fields, overseers of the herds, overseers of the workshops, responsible of the granary, and the administrative gates of the governorate. Of course, obviously, at the time, a new field of power, as Bourdieu will say, emerged. It is the military domain, but only later on, when Thebes begins to claim to create its own kingdom. Military titles does not characterize all the first intermediate period, from the end of the 6th dynasty on, but only the second part of the Heracleopolitan period. There are textual evidence that national elites and local elites seems to have reacted to a period of environmental crisis, perhaps not homogeneously and even not successfully, but at least in Upper Egypt there is probably a reaction to droughts involving potential famines. How do we know that? Several biographical texts mention precisely that Upper Egypt, they put deictics in their text, Upper Egypt was in a struggle. And this is not only an ideological narration. Look at what the governor of Asyut says. He was a loyal royal agent of the Heracleopolitan kings. He had no reasons to speak against the king, so because in an ideological way. He's just speaking what he's doing during his period. And he says, I made a canal for this city, while Upper Egypt was in a bad state, for no water was to be seen there. I sealed the borders of the fields and water basins with a seal. I transformed the islands into marshes. I made the flood invade all the mounds. I transformed the arable fields into flood fields. Each neighbor who was thirsty received the flood water according to his appetite, and I gave the water to his neighbors until he was satisfied for them. There are even titles created at the time, apparently, explaining the unprecedented importance of agriculture. I think to a not well-known title that we can understand, Yun Shema Anch Mseka, the pillar of Upper Egypt living by plowing the land. We find it twice, in Asut, in the north, and Elephantine. A handful of biographies of private individuals mention very precisely how they managed to create grain stocks, sustaining their city. But then also neighboring cities allied. They were helping them. They were helping them during the wars. These individuals explain having given grain, but also having created silos for their communities in reasons of the difficult years. One of the grain, so we can read the biography of Iti, very well known. I sustained Rizeka to Imitru during the difficult years. 400 men were satisfied there without taking a man's doctor or his fields. I gave Upper Egyptian wheat to Armant and Efat after Rizekat had been sustained. Thebes went up and down the river, Thebes, the enemies, in search of food, while I never let Rizekat go up and down in the river to another province. And mayor of Gebelen, I supplied the town many times, my town many times. I gave a silo of Upper Egypt wheat and a silo of Chemu. Each man in the town disposed of it according to his desire. One of the grains or plants that are mentioned is unique, is Chemu. It is called Chemu, which means dry plant, if you watch at the root. I do not etymology. I do not know which kind of plant it is, but I can say that a contemporary text specifies that it was cultivated on the top of the desert hills by herdsmen. It is perhaps, but hardly, sorghum. We have no traces of sorghum at this epoch, not in the Nile Valley. This clarification of the text is interesting because it shows us, perhaps, a type of crop that developed to better respond to the Nile crisis. Maybe not, maybe it is just, we found that in this epoch, it was existing even before, but it is quite stunning to find two times this word at this epoch. During this epoch, during this period, so there are embassies between friendly cities, towns with strategic partnerships to help each other in food supplies, and most likely to strengthen alliances during the wars between Thebes and Heracleopolis. In fact, I would like to know that the issue of grain administration is not only related to the low floods, but also to the war situation, which perhaps aggravated the production capacity with the need for the community to contribute with soldiers to local army. And the consequence is a lack of workers, maybe, and the absence of landlords or paterfamilias on the spot. They were fighting. In this inscription from Dendera, at the time, Dendera was an ally of Thebes against Heracleopolis. This notable says he was proud to have been able to give grain taxes to his city during all the years of the war against Tinis, a town allied to Heracleopolis. And now we also have archaeological evidence of this administration in relation to centralized administration and storage facilities in towns. In Abydos, according to the last research, some houses are built around a palace. This is an old map. There are new research done here that characterize this building as administrative building, but maybe of a palatial kind. And next to them, so you have the houses here around. And next to them, where there was probably a square between the houses, there is a sort of granary studied by Matthew Adams. And at Komombo, recently, the Austrian mission headed by Irene Faustner and Müller found two large administrative units, not only one, but two, there is a new one, two large administrative units, very large ones, with dozens of silos. To summarize, is the Heracleopolitan period characterized by the possibility of a drought? there is also positive local reaction. We have seen them from governors and wealthy people regarding rural management. We have to consider also that poor rural administration can be used at this epoch as an expedient to fight against neighbors. For example, the case of Antifi, who occupied the province of Edfu to prevent the poor organization of fields causing famine. And then wars between Necropolis and Thebes aggravated rural activities and limited the production of grain surplus and supply. The environmental situation is not improved by the war, of course. When we use the terms Old Kingdom and First Intermediate Period, we are not making a mistake, but just narrowing our viewpoints in a vision without historical depth. It is like having a box too small to fit too many things in. This model encourages us to look for one shift, this two blocks model. But which one is it among the many changes that can be observed? When to date this shift in dynastic terms? We read more and more that the first intermediate period begins with the 9th dynasty, but why? It seems to me that there is enough evidence to place a change as early as the end of the 6th dynasty. We have seen, for example, that the Heracleopolis and the Heracleopolitan dynasty is not as weak as previously thought, while the last main 5 dynasties do not seem very glorious. On the other hand, we have seen that crises and changes are multiple. When we speak of collapse, we have in mind a change in a short-term period. There is a before and an after, I said. I am not sure that collapse is a good term to use when talking about the social and cultural history of the end of the 3rd millennium, because there is not a single systemic collapse, but a series of crises since the death of Pepi II at least, and crises that are not naturally connected, or obviously connected. To conclude, it seems to me that we can identify 3 main phases, maybe 4. A first political and dynastic one in the capital at Memphis, then a fluid crisis in Upper Egypt, and last, a phase of internal conflicts between 2 regions, even if I would add conflicts between also Heracleopolitans and Asiatics in the Delta too. The question remains as to whether we can think of a single factor at the beginning of this crisis. The question is whether we can think of a single factor at the beginning of this crisis that triggers this period of ups and downs, which characterizes the transition from the reign of Pepi II to the reunification under Mentuhotep II, thus conventionally the first intermediate period. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for your talk. And I would like to ask first if we have any questions online, in the online chat. Not yet, it's too early. So maybe from the audience here in the room, please. Feel free to ask or comment.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I would like to ask, what political event would you name the division between the 9th and the 10th dynasty? So, as far as I understood, it is the start with the conflict with the Thebans?
I think that at the moment when we speak about dynasties, we are speaking about a conventional terminology, because we don't know exactly when one starts and when the other finish, and even if they were really separated. So, but we can still use them to understand that there is a beginning, a first part of this kingdom, and a first part, at the first moment. For sure, the second moment is the one characterized by the wars, because it seems it is not from the beginning that happens. And so conventionally, we can use that in this way. But also, there is maybe a shift in the use of the territory. How to say? I didn't speak about the delta, but there are information that could be prove that the teaching of Megadrought is not so inaccurate, and that the kings of Necropolis had to fight with the delta, with people in the delta, Asiatics, and they started from the western side of the delta, and there are some officials in Eknazi Medina, Necropolis, that were responsible of this part of the delta at the beginning, and also of Hutepta, so Memphis. It is mentioned very well, and it's the same period when at least one king of this dynasty, this kingdom, built a pyramid in the Saqqara necropolis. So there is for maybe a moment when they were more safe and they moved. We don't know the necropolis the royal necropolis at the beginning of this period in Acropolis. It is not found because the necropolis that is excavated is one belonging to the intermediate elite of the epoch somehow. But for sure, we have at the moment necropolis that were built in the north, maybe when the delta was more safe, and this could correspond to a second part of this medium long history of the Heracleopolitan kingdom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask Richard, who was the first to... Richard, please. Okay, thank you. He was the first, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we come back to the question whether whatever happened in the late third millennium, how do we want to call the thing? Do we call it transformation? Do we call it collapse? Do we not want to call it in any, do we call it first intermediate period? This term itself is not a recent, but a young invention in Egyptology. In the 19th century, the Old and Middle Kingdoms were treated together, and it was only in the beginning, around the First World War, that the term really made a career in Egyptology. So I think there's also history of the term in Egyptology. And now I think we put great emphasis on the discontinuities and the ruptures. You could, of course, also, that was a question also to Mirek's talk, ask the question whether in the whole series of punctuated events, leap periods and stasis, whether this is just another leap period, and then comes stasis again in the Middle Kingdom or so. I mean, you could treat the developments in a different way in our terminology, and suddenly it looks like something different, and different things need to be explained. There was one comment on the first intermediate period. The other is, I found it again interesting to go back to the texts and the political history of climate change, the shipping of grain in the country. It looks as if suddenly, in the first intermediate period, people had to ship grain because it was lacking somewhere else. But I'm wondering whether this wasn't established practice also in the kingdoms, in the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom. The one example I have in mind is the Hekanacht papyri, because Hekanacht had his lands in the Fayum, but he also had land in Abydos while he was seated at Thebes, where his income was as a car priest, a funerary priest. So this might have been a more standard practice or more regular practice. It might appear in those texts as suddenly something exceptional because shipping had become more difficult with the various polities arising and controlling the travel on the Nile. So yeah, maybe also this phraseology needs to be set against a structural background of standardized practices also in the centralized periods.
Oh yeah, sorry. I can just start from the last one. I completely agree in general about how we can understand this phraseology, but I will focus more about another kind of phraseology of this epoch, the one when the self-made men that they are not are speaking about the fact that they are enriching their estate and their family and household and etc. etc. This is something is not typical of the first intermediate. It's not typical of the culture of the first intermediate period. It's just typical of the media culture of the first intermediate period. That's different from because sometimes we don't separate the history from the history of the literature somehow, of the media. And in fact, this kind of phraseology is something that comes from local private culture or non-royal culture that we can find also in the Old Kingdom and in the Middle Kingdom. And scholars, historians told this is typically first intermediate period. But when you go to find the emergence of this kind of phraseology, the beginnings are in the 4th dynasty. We find also small evidence in the 6th dynasty, the epoch of Pepi I. So it's not really typical of the first intermediate period. The point is why it became so much important at a period. And for the moving of children, for sure, I think it is something that's very common. What is not common in this period, maybe they want to say, I gave that to this town, not the other one. And the other one normally is the enemy one, if you follow the historical events of the epoch. And about the first intermediate period, I agree that first intermediate period is just a terminology, and we use that in a very different way as the scholars of 1 century ago, when they were speaking about revolution in a very historical way. They were, in their mind, they were the revolution of our last century, with the monarchy, the kings and czars, etc., against the people and then citizens, etc. This is the mindset of historians that were writing about the first intermediate period 1 century ago. But we still I think we should use this terminology because even for example, material culture, it's not easy to identify this period in another way. It is not possible to say this is ceramic of the 10th dynasty or the Pepi II dynasty. So we need that terminology to share and communicate. But what is it? The point is, this terminology is too much historically connotated at the moment, and we should find a natural way to use it, just saying this is a moment of big crisis. And I think this big crisis, that's my opinion, but started after the Pepi II for many reasons, could be a little bit before, could be a little bit after. It would be interesting to understand, to have the opinion of others, scholars, when we prefer to put the beginning at the end. But it is still useful for many scholars, because we're not speaking just about history, but also about, for example, material culture.
Thank you. Thank you. We are running a little bit late, so maybe one quick question from Alejandro.
Well, Andrea, thank you very much for your presentation. I have many things to talk with you during the coffee break, but basically I would like to ask you, well, you probably know much better than me that the teachings of Megahed probably, well, were composed much later and probably are not reflecting a situation in a real situation of the first intermediate period of the 9th and 10th dynasties. So what it is the Asiatics, what you mean the northern wars, are you referring that we have a sort of invasion or movement of peoples from the south of Canaan to the eastern delta? And if so, apart from the burning of that tomb in Mendes, what do you have more? Because if not, it's quite difficult to support the existence of a northern war. So, and if there was something similar to this, we do not know how much affected to the kingdom of Heracleopolis. So,
yeah, I agree. That's why I didn't want really to speak about and show. Yeah, because there is not so much to mention about. There are just some. The prosopography is really interesting because matches completely with some paragraphs of the teaching of Megadrought. I had the occasion to discuss with people, with authors working on this teaching, and they quite agree. So I don't know. It is a work in progress about that, but I think something is happening. Even in Necropolis, there are overseer of the army of the Asiatics at the moment, and this is just at the moment. And if you watch at the style of the stelas at the end of this kingdom, something is happening, but we don't know. So if you have information about what is happening between Delta and the Levant at the epoch, I'm really happy. Welcome, because I'm very happy to have.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrea. Thanks everybody for engaging. Do not leave, please. Do not leave. I recommend that we continue the discussion during the coffee break. But before I let you have your coffee, we would like to ask everybody to move into the room on the right-hand side before the coffee break room to take a picture, all of us together, please. After that, you can have your coffee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much all for coming back after the coffee break. And we will have now the last presentation of today. And I think all of us were very much looking forward to this particular one of Professor Harvey Weiss, who will talk about the Old Kingdom collapse at the 4.2 KABP Megadrought. Please.
You're not certain what I'm going to say yet, so you may not wish to applaud. There are, as you all are painfully aware, very many perspectives upon this problem. And I'm going to adopt one particular perspective, which I personally favor, but which, of course, doesn't pretend to be the truth, except insofar as I believe that it is, and contrast a set of data that are relatively recent in their production and availability with a far more long-standing set of data, the data that we are familiar with from several past decades with regard to the Old Kingdom collapse. And I phrased it in terms of mushy multi-causality versus the counterfactual. That is, I'm contrasting my particular perspective with, for instance, the perspective that Mirek has presented in great detail only a few minutes ago. That is, a perspective that sees a range of causes for the Old Kingdom collapse. And I'm going to be presenting a perspective that emphasizes or that weights one particular cause over the others. And I believe that this is accomplished by literally attempting to weigh causes and to adopt a perspective which has been developed over the past 10 or 20 years by various philosophers of science who deal with the problems of causality and logic and causal linkages, and end up with the problem of what they call the counterfactual, which I'll try to present momentarily. And so, as an example of this situation, we have what Karl Butzer, I will show you, presented in the late 70s and early 80s, which was what he called, adopting various other perspectives from other people, what he called the concatenation of negative events. That is, the simultaneity or the synchronicity of a variety of causes occurring at the same time. And this is in contrast to what was recently produced, that is the 4.2 KABP event, which is in contrast to what Karl Butzer presented in the early 80s. And here is the formal ratification in journal article form of the 4.2 KABP event back in 2018 and 2019 by the International Union of Geological Sciences after a presentation to it of the essentially global occurrence of the event. And with its type situation, its representative situation, being the Speleothem from Mamluch Cave in northeastern India, where this event occurs at 4250 AB2K. That is in one of the 3 different systems of telling time. That is in years before 2000. Just to make us all slightly more confused about KABP and BC and BCE. You can now be confused as well by AB2K, which is, believe it or not, standard geospeak these days. In any event, this is the official publication of that meeting. And here is that speleothem record in the upper frame, right? Where in the left end of the upper frame, you see the oxygen 18 plot along the horizontal axis, time. And in the left-hand corner, you see this strange precipitous drop. This is not gradual. It's not successive. It is simply abrupt. And this particular record, like the other records that I will show you or refer to you, has a sampling interval, sampling resolution of something like 10 or 15 years. So we're talking about high resolution. And when I was in Xi'an, China, a couple of years ago, in the laboratory of Hai Cheng, a postdoc friend of mine showed me the actual speleothem itself from Mamluh Cave. And this is it. So you understand that this is not some Godzilla speleothem. This is a finger-sized speleothem with that particular event recorded within it. But, of course, it is replicated throughout the world in various other proxies and in speleothem proxies as well. And this, 7 years later, is another discussion of those same data after much controversy. Is it, in fact, global? Wait a minute, I found a record that doesn't have it. Oh, but there are 200 others. And so here is the statistical analysis of the global distribution, Northern Hemisphere, of 4.2 KABP proxy data, mostly from China, where every other week there are 3 or 4 more speleothem records for 4.2 KABP that are slightly different from each other, North versus South China, because North China has a different kind of record than South China because of the way in which the East Asian summer monsoon moves in from south to north. So the event is recorded north and south, but with different kinds of qualities. So this is why this particular article was published with many Chinese authors attempting to organize the event across China and the rest of the Northern Hemisphere. So here is Karl Butzer in originally 1980 and then repeated through 2012, shortly after which he passed away. But 2012 represented his last shot at Harvey Weiss. That is, 2012 was his parting shot because in 1997, I had infuriated him by arguing that there was a 4.2 KABP event and that it was important, perhaps more important than the other forces which were chance concatenations of negative events. That is, maybe something was more important than some other set of factors. Well, this really irritated Karl, who had spent 30 years arguing about the chance concatenation. And so, for instance, you have to understand in this plot, which is totally fanciful, that the horizontal axis is what? The horizontal axis is time. And the vertical axis, time with no scale, and the vertical axis is negativity or positivity with no scale. And the individual variables represented by those different lines with different colors, those different variables might be, for instance, poor leadership through time, or good leadership through time. Or the second line, another variable might be strong economic conditions or bad economic conditions. Or the third line might be, did I say poor leadership already? Some other variable might be sunny days or happy dispositions or some other set of conditions, which in Karl's understanding coming out of the post-World War II 60s in American social science, he thought, have to align together in order to produce a major alteration, that is, a revolution or a collapse. They can't be misaligned, so a negative concatenation is those three different lines, each going down at the same time. And a positive concatenation is those three lines showing an uptick together, synchronously. And he attempted, interestingly enough, to deal with the Egyptian situation, because, of course, he'd been attracted to Egypt early on, and was forced thereby to deal with the paleoclimate records as they existed at that time, which were really extremely low resolution, always gradual changes. The temporal resolution, impossible to define And so, talking about Nile behavior, he was forced to admit that the Nile behavior might be the most prominent agent overall. But in a very important sentence thereafter, argued because of this intellectual perspective, this does not attribute the role of a determinant to Nile behavior. Wait a minute, who said so? God? Who decided that? Who decided that this does not attribute the role of a determinant to Nile behavior? Maybe Nile behavior is a determinant. Do you know? Maybe the availability of water in the Nile Valley is a determinant. Maybe no water is a determinant. Maybe lots of water is a determinant. Nevertheless, Carl is stating here that this does not attribute the role of a determinant to Nile behavior. And in typical 1960s, 70s American social science, coming out of Roy Rappaport and early attempts to describe living organisms as systems, the multiplicity, the complexity, the great number of systemic components increases the probability of a chance concatenation. Now, was the Old Kingdom collapse a chance concatenation, or was it determined by some particular force? Perhaps it was determined by the inavailability of Nile flow, perhaps. And of course, in typical 60s social science in America, mutually reinforcing events. Is it possible to weigh causes? Maybe a humorous disposition or reduced Nile flow, maybe one or the other is more important than the other? That is Nile flow more important than a sunny disposition on the part of the ruler? And one way of observing the weight of individual causes, an entire subfield of the schools of causal analysis in contemporary philosophy of science, is the construction of counterfactuals, that is, deriving itself from the force of David Hume's observation in the middle of the 18th century. Does C in fact cause E? Does cause in fact generate the effect? And if C had not occurred, if the cause had not occurred, E would not have occurred. The effect would not have occurred. That is, if you take that particular variable out of the equation, would the result have occurred without it? So if you take Nile flow out of the equation, if you take Nile flow reduction out of the equation, if you take 4.2 KABP event out of the equation, would there still have been a collapse? Is the interesting question I wish to suggest here is worthy of our consideration in the spirit of counterfactual analysis, causal linkages, and David Hume. And with regard to the mega drought, let's understand that this mega drought is not simply climate change. It is not climate change in the sense of the world today, where climate change is exclusively anthropogenic and relatively gradual, that is a post-invention of the steam engine. It's taken 2 centuries to raise global greenhouse gas warming 1 degree centigrade or 1.5 degrees centigrade, taken 2 centuries to do that. No, it's not anthropogenic. It's not climate change. It's abrupt climate change. It's high magnitude climate change. And it's long duration climate change. It's an event which occurs along these 3 vectors. That is abruptness, magnitude, and duration. And the magnitude is greater than 1 standard deviation reduction in precipitation. The abruptness is less than 50 years. And the duration is more than 200 years. And then, of course, the magnitude problem is more complicated by where is this magnitude being observed and how is it being measured and what are its effects upon agricultural systems. We'll get to that in a moment. But I want to point out to you with regard to the counterfactual situation that if you turn to the right-hand diagram over here, I've attempted to schematize a situation in southern Mesopotamia. That is, I don't really work in the Nile. I'm a Mesopotamian person, which is actually a very different situation than the Nile situation, but nevertheless bears some resemblances to it in that they're both essentially agricultural, right? The yellow boxes are external policy decisions, and the blue boxes are the variables that are internal to the system as it is a human agricultural system. And the green is a totally exogenous force. Now, if you think about it, without the green, if you were to take the green out of that model, what would there be? I'll tell you what there will be. If you take the green out of that model, there will be nothing. Which is a way of understanding its counterfactual significance. Do you follow me? That is, Anatolian precipitation is the source of the Tigris and Euphrates, which is the source of southern Mesopotamian irrigation agriculture, which if you remove that, there is no southern Mesopotamian agriculture and there is no southern Mesopotamian culture. I'm illustrating here on the left my PowerPoint skills. If you can just bear with me for a second, I'll show you arrows moving through my PowerPoint presentation. Crop innovation under megadrought conditions, that is, skip wheat, turn to barley, or if that fails, perhaps agrotechnology innovation, perhaps go for irrigation if you can, or if that fails, perhaps reorganize your politico-economic system. Or if everything else fails, why don't you just collapse and habitat track? And that actually is a part of my divergence from the rest of my academic community. That is, I pretend to believe that collapse and habitat tracking are in fact adaptive. That is, when the entire system fails, you don't just die in the street, although Carlos Morena Garcia, your colleague, believes that because there were no bodies lying in the street, 4.2 kA/BP didn't happen. Well, actually, let's think about that. Is that the reason we know that 4.2 kA/BP didn't happen? Because we don't find bodies in the street emaciated and dying of thirst? Well, actually, collapse and habitat tracking, that is changing your social and political organization, changing your economic organization, and actually moving someplace else, those are human and social choices. You don't die in the street. You have choices, and those are adaptive, reflective, reflexive responses to difficult situations. So I believe that collapse and habitat tracking are not maladaptive or expressions of the inability of societies to adapt to challenging situations, but in fact adaptive. So those are 4 adaptive responses to megadrought in this particular slide. examples of how to weigh variables' causal strength against megadrought. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, we already did this. The reception of new ideas, and the last, we knew it all along, of course. So these new ideas, that is Megadrought, now new 20 years ago, have passed through the typical stages of academic reception. Not real, deterministic, not important, and of course, we knew it all along. So now let's pass to another set of important observations, I think, and that is that the idea that chance concatenations of negative forces are the only ways that serious change occurs actually goes back to the late 19th century. It's not a new idea in American social science in the 1960s and 70s, but you can even find the elements of it in revolutionary thinking. Lenin even observed this with regard to the Russian Revolution. The Russian Revolution is not going to occur simply because of the Bolshevik Party, or it's not going to occur only because of the impoverished peasantry. It's going to occur because there is a concatenation of negative events. That is, the czarist oppression, the peasantry being revolutionized, the appearance of a spark, an iskra. All of these things have to occur together for there to be a revolution. So here is Carl going on about the variety of forces that have to occur together and his proclamations with regard to it. And I just want to point out to you that here's one way of understanding what has happened with regard to the paleoclimate record. And that is that these high-resolution records actually can be set against each other, high-resolution records from different regions, so that we can understand that, in fact, these changes were synchronous across different regions. So, for instance, the Hamamluch cave speleothem is in the upper right, and to the west, to the left, in blue, is a high-resolution speleothem record from the central Iranian plateau. The resolution in the Golizard speleothem is, I believe, something on the order of 10 or 15 years. And I've put these two together, one on top of each other. That is, you can see the Indian summer monsoon is being disrupted. That is, the horizontal axis is time, and the vertical axis is changes in speleothem values. The Indian speleothem over here, the Iranian speleothem over here, and you can see that at 4.2 KABP, they are absolutely congruent. That is, the mid-latitude westerlies that are feeding everything from Spain to Iran across the Mediterranean, that disruption at 4.2 KABP is absolutely congruent with the disruption of the Indian summer monsoon, which is the source of 90% of Nile flow measured at the delta. That is, the Indian summer monsoon passes from the Indian subcontinent across the Arabian Sea, hits the northeast Ethiopian plateau. That monsoon is forced up because it can't go forward into the Ethiopian plateau. It can't go down into the Arabian Sea. So it smashes into the Ethiopian highlands and it's forced up. And of course, when all that moisture, rain-filled cloud monsoon is forced up, it cools. And when those big storm clouds cool, what do? They precipitate out their precipitation. And that is why there are 1,200 millimeters of summertime precipitation on top of the Ethiopian plateau that dribble down along the north face of the plateau, fill Lake Tana, and then dribble down and become the Atbara and the Blue Nile, and then become the Nile that passes into the Mediterranean at the delta. It's a really simple system. So simple that, in fact, we really didn't understand it until about 15 years ago. And it's only because of the availability of satellite imagery of the Earth's atmosphere that we are able to understand this. That is, it is only the observation daily with cell observations that are 15 or 20 kilometers square, where we can measure the amount of precipitation using satellites and their movement through space and time to understand where did all of that water over the Ethiopian plateau come from? And how did it become the Nile? And when does it come from? The Indian subcontinent. That's only been available through satellite imagery. It's sort of like discovering what are the sources of the Nile, like Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Remember that childhood story about discovering the sources of the Nile in 19th century British imperial Africa? Well, this is what really happened with the Nile. So that's the upper part of this plot. And the middle part is that same Indian summer monsoon plot against the Nile Delta. Nile Delta temperature up against the Indian summer monsoon. And you can see that 1, 2, 3 are in fact congruent with the Indian summer monsoon again. And lastly, just wildly enough, is this bottom plot, which is the same Indian summer monsoon at 4.2 kABP, plotted against Mount Logan in northwestern Canada. That is the Pacific Northwest. That is the Kuroshio Current moving as does the Gulf Stream along the eastern coast of the United States. The Kuroshio Current moves along the eastern coast of Japan up to the North Pole and then turns around again. And at the North Pole, it runs into the Canadian North Pole, it runs into Mount Logan and its glacier. And you can see the glacial core at Mount Logan is exactly congruent with the Indian summer monsoon Mamluk Cave core. Okay. This is just an illustration about the nonsense of fragility, which has its fad adherence in archaeological research in North America. That is, in my opinion, it's a totally circular, useless argument. States are fragile. How do we know they're fragile? Because they collapse. How do we know they collapse? Because they're fragile. That is, there's no data involved in that analysis, in my opinion. Okay, and here are the physical forces. That is, this is a satellite image of the type I was just describing to you of cyclone genesis, that is, rainstorm genesis in the North Atlantic, viewed by satellite, and underneath those clouds that are a cyclone is the Iberian Peninsula. That is, this is already forming in the westernmost Mediterranean, and it's about to pass from west to east and hit the coast of Israel, Palestine, and Turkey, where, like the Indian summer monsoon banking up against the Ethiopian highlands, those storm clouds filled with precipitation are going to hit that eastern Mediterranean coast, not be able to go forward, not be able to go down, and are going to be uplifted right there, uplifted and then cooled because they're going up. And because they're being cooled, they're going to precipitate out all of that rainfall, all that precipitation. So this is that system right there in the North Atlantic. And here, this is really rather important. It's the corollary of the preceding slide. This is, the arrows are moisture flux. The arrows are precipitation on the move. The arrows are humidity or wet clouds. And this is satellite imagery, 15 or 30 kilometer cells, and the daily Earth observations, the ERA 1 through 5 projects that are Godzilla collaboration of multiple universities and multiple satellite systems, allowing us to see the intertropical convergence zone, the green, and the mid-latitude westerlies moving out of the North Atlantic on the upper left and moving across Europe and the Mediterranean and moving all the way east to northern India and China. So I put this here because it is sometimes complained among archaeologists who are not really familiar with the climatology of West Asia, for instance, that there are no paleoclimate data for northeastern Mesopotamia, or there are no paleoclimate data that are useful for the southernmost Levant, or there are no paleoclimate data that are useful for the northwestern corner of Cyprus, or something like that. And what I'm trying to present here is the fact, very simple, that there's really only one system, and that if you observe the climate in Cyprus, you're also observing the climate in Iran. That the notion of microclimates separating out these regions is completely erroneous. There is the mid-latitude westerlies. It's as simple as that. Just as there are, over here, the Indian summer monsoon passing off the Indian subcontinent and banging into the highlands of Ethiopia. It's really that simple. So you don't need a paleoclimate proxy data set distributed every 15 kilometers from Spain to Iran. You don't need that. And what we have is more than enough. What is the more than enough? Well, here's the Indian summer monsoon and what I was talking to you about, these observations and analyses of the satellite imagery. 97% of Nile annual sediment load is derived from Indian summer monsoon passage from Ethiopia to the delta. And there's the monsoon actually passing from over the Arabian Sea and about to hit the Ethiopian highlands. Whoops, sorry. Yeah, and here it is in the upper right, the strength of the monsoon coming in and affecting the Indus and the black dot settlements of the Indus in the late 3rd millennium, and the Indian summer monsoon failing, first generating the 5 cities of the Indus, and then failing at 4.2 kABP, and then generating this collapse. That is, as soon as the Indian summer monsoon is reduced from the arrow strength on top, all of those cities over here actually move over here where precipitation is still available to sustain Indus Valley agriculture. An example of habitat tracking. That is, the 5 cities of the Indus, quote, collapse, are de-urbanized. People leave and they're vacated and they move to the northeast where that mass of dots is over on the right. And similarly, available to us now is this very remarkable plot of a synthesis of half a dozen paleoclimate lake sediment core records from the Eastern Mediterranean, from Hala Sultan Tekke, from Tel Twaini, from Tel Dan, and 3 or 4 other sites in the Eastern Mediterranean. All lake sediment cores at high resolution, that is 30 or 40 or 15 years sampling resolution, producing this rather remarkable plot. And how were these data? These data are really quite fantastic. And they are a research problem for other data type sets, other data set types. That is, here we have not simply the isotopic values of the stable isotope oxygen-18, or the isotope values for carbon-13, or the isotope values for strontium or nitrogen. What we have here is, in fact, real climate values. These are not proxy values on this graph. These are precipitation and temperature. And so you could ask the question, wait a minute, how do these guys do this? How do you drill a lake sediment core and come out with precipitation and temperature? When you drill a lake sediment core, you come out with pollen assemblages and relative frequencies of pollen types. Well, in fact, you throw those relative frequencies of pollen types into a computer program called PAST, and the analogs of that pollen frequency assemblage are revealed to you as temperature or precipitation. That is, it's possible to establish a transfer function with this software that takes your pollen values and turns it into precipitation and temperature. And that's what we have here. And so we have a really high-resolution chronological record, temporal resolution, right here at 4200. And we have high-resolution temperature and precipitation values. And you can see that the precipitation drops 20% and the temperature drops 1% abruptly at 4200 BP. This is rather remarkable. And I can tell you that it is not available to us from the Speleothem record. That is, nobody has figured out how to do that with Speleothem oxygen 18. That is, how to get real precipitation or temperature values from oxygen 18. Instead, we talk about serious depletion or serious increase, as if that represented precipitation, but it doesn't. So here's a map that I've prepared, which is Greece to Iran, major archaeological sites excavated as black dots, and red stars are the paleoclimate proxies available to us, Greece to Iran, at relatively high resolution. This took a couple of years to produce, and it illustrates, here's Lake Teli, by the way, that I was talking about, next to Lake Megadrought, the biggest megadrought of the past 11,000 years at 4.2 kABP at Lake Teli. And of course, in the Persian Gulf, and of course, along the eastern Mediterranean coast, and at the delta, and of course, across the Anatolian plateau, all framing Mesopotamia. And you can place upon this and observe how dense our data actually are relative to the mid-latitude westerlies that are in fact uniformly and uniquely the source of precipitation. So here are the mid-latitude westerlies, one delivery system. You can see that all of these paleoclimate proxies are being affected by the same precipitation delivery system. And here are those same paleoclimate proxies, somewhat skewed in their occurrence, their incidence, but extending from the North Atlantic to China about 4 or 5 years ago when I pulled all of these data together. Of course, the data are now twice as dense right now, 4 or 5 years later, particularly for East Asia, where every other week there are 4 or 5 new Speleothem records for China. But nevertheless, you can see here the density of paleoclimate records for the North Atlantic, for the mid-latitude westerlies, and for the Indian summer monsoon, and for East Asia as well. It's more than 200 at this time. And this is only the Eastern Hemisphere. My favorite sets of data are the Marine Corps at the Straits of Gibraltar, and Hala Sultan Tekke at Cyprus, and then Golizard on the Iranian plateau, these 3 green arrows. And my favorites for the Indian summer monsoon are, of course, Mamluk Cave, Lake Tana, and the Nile Delta. And these are the 3 right there. So if you understand the reduction in precipitation and temperature that probably occurred at 4.2 kABP, then you understand the way in which these agricultural systems, both across Mesopotamia, across rain-fed West Asia, and across Nile inundation Egypt, how they were displaced, reduced, affected at 4.2 kABP. And so I suggest we can all go home right now. It's over. That is, I've made it transparently clear. What else is left? Actually, lots. What's left is, how are we going to measure all of this for instance, Egypt? Do we know 20, 30, or 40% reduction in Nile flow over here? And so here is my attempt to understand that situation. Lake Tana where the Indian summer monsoon hits the mountains over here and dribbles down into Lake Tana and then becomes the Atbara and the Blue Nile. And the situation is a little complicated, I believe, because of what we have on the upper left over here, a quotation from Macklin and Levin in 2015. That is, what happens when there's a precipitation reduction at the river's source? What happens? What is contraction of river flow? And what is retraction? And what they point out is that at the terminus, you're going to get river flow retraction. And so when I was asked to review this paper for PNAS, Shesha et al., 2022, I discovered in the supplementary information, not really in the article itself that I was being asked to comment upon, that there was in the supplementary information a rather interesting core taken from Giza, where in fact at 4.2 measured with standard radiocarbon dating, at 4.2 and extending to 3.9, there was the sudden abrupt appearance of sand rather than river silt. That is, the river silt was replaced by sand. That is, there was an aridification event, a reduction in river flow, Nile flow at Giza, reported only in the supplementary information to this article. And so I was intrigued to observe, well, just what happens when there is river flow retraction along the Nile at its delta terminus. And so what I observed as an outsider to this archaeological data set was that there was a large number of settlement abandonments in the delta at this time, which were coincident and in fact synchronous with the collapse and with the abandonment of Memphis, the collapse of the Memphite treasury, the collapse of the all-important, and a term which I have not heard here in 2 days, that is the collapse of the Hout system of grain redistribution across the Egyptian countryside. That is the old kingdom barley harvest collection and subsequent redistribution system within these Hout in Egyptian centers. These two collapse at this time. So there's this rather significant reduction, abandonment of settlement in the delta, coincident with river retraction. And I believe also it's possible to observe that there is habitat tracking. That is, where did these people go? Did they just die in the street and abandon their settlements in place? No, in fact, they had to habitat track. That is, they had to move to some place where agriculture was still sustainable, it would seem, or it could be hypothesized. And so I observed as well that there were settlements that appeared in this period and which were located in Middle Egypt. And those are the blue dots in contrast to the red dots. And that this was all rather similar to something which had occurred in the late 19th century, which was a serious drought event, which just happened to be recorded as well in a speleothem record from the Indian subcontinent. That is the 1877 drought. And so it was possible to observe the 1877 drought in that speleothem record and to observe what was the reduction, the increase in oxygen 18 in that record at that time, and to observe in the written records, for instance, George Wilcox's 19th century analysis of Nile flow, that famous 2-volume set that discusses Nile flow and the amount of lands inundated, and to observe that in 1877, some 30 or 40% of cultivable, previously inundated lands were not inundated that drought event year, which is also recorded in this. So we could see that there's speleothem record and land ground truth records for Nile flow reduction and the amount of lands not cultivated. And so we can understand the dimensions of megadrought when there is Nile flow reduction, or the disruption of irrigation, that is these yellow circles over here. This is the Golizard record, where you can see at 4.2 K, there's this enormous dust spike in the upper part of this plot, where the red is, the dust spike, right there. That's the Golizard record with some fantastic resolution. What is it? Resolution of 10 to 15 years for the Golizard speleothem on the Iranian plateau. Here is northeast and northwest India, perfectly congruent at 4.2 kABP. Here's northern Mesopotamia, and the abandonment of settlement, the abandonment of major cities, synchronously at 4.2 kABP. And here you can see a very interesting feature of this entire problem, and that is that this is precipitation, really at the edge of cereal agriculture, of cereal dry farming, whereas 440 millimeters is bountiful precipitation and bountiful cereal harvests relative to 280, twice as much. And this illustrates a very important point about this entire problem, which is tangential to the Egyptian situation, but super important for the rest of the world, which does not have this unusual Nile flow inundation agriculture situation. And that is, in the rain-fed agriculture regions of the rest of the world, the mega drought's 30% reduction is going to be considerable and forcing collapse and abandonment if you're at 300 or 400 millimeters of rainfall. But if, for instance, you're at 800 millimeters of rainfall, a 30% reduction is still going to keep you in business. That's the point. That is, along the Mediterranean coast, for instance, where the precipitation is 800 millimeters, you're not going to see terrible effects of 30% mega drought when 30% of 800 still keeps you up there in serious barley production. Whereas if you're over here at 289 millimeters of rainfall, you are out of business. End of story. You are gone. It's an important point about this entire situation. Okay, and that's the habitat tracking situation. That is, habitat tracking is a term that I lifted from George Coop, who was an evolutionary biologist who observed in a famous paper in 1979 that species and species evolution is essentially a product of random mutation. They're breeding like crazy and they're mutating like crazy when all of a sudden some constricting environmental force affects them, and only those who are most fittest get through that environmental force and succeed with their random mutation to overcome that environmental challenge. That's the standard evolutionary paradigm. Random mutation, environmental constriction, only those successful mutations will get through and succeed in the future. Well, George Coop came up with this other startling idea, and that is, why do you have to stay in place and attempt to randomly mutate successfully? Why don't you just go someplace else? You don't like it here? Prague is hot. Go to Oslo. Or you don't like the New York winters? Go to Florida. You don't have to die in place. You can habitat track to a place you really like. So all of those people who were forced out of northern Mesopotamia went to places which were still suitable for agriculture during this mega drought event. And what were those places? Where would agriculture have been still suitable during a mega drought? Well, for instance, along the Tigris and Euphrates, where river flow was always 30% more than any canal system needed. Or perhaps to high water table regions, such as swamp areas, or perhaps to areas that are fed by underground karst rivers that pierce the surface occasionally. Those particular places in West Asia, the Tigris-Euphrates, high water table swamp areas, and the karst-fed river regions of, for instance, the Orontes, those are the areas which rather startlingly receive a terrific increase in population during this period. The rain-fed areas are depleted of population, are abandoned, and those habitat-tracking refugia, the riparian, paludal, and karstic refugia, receive the inflow of population. That inflow being the historical record, that is, the record that we think is history. All of a sudden, people appear in certain regions. There are reasons for that. And so this is my last slide. That is, this is my example of habitat tracking. That is, the upper two slides are, in the left, the Dust Bowl in America in the 1930s, where farmers' lands were literally covered in meters of dust, and where agriculture was literally impossible. Well, what did those farmers do? Did they just lie down in their barns and die? Or did they deposit themselves on their backs with their legs outstretched on top of these sand deposits and die? No, they actually hit the road. They became John Steinbeck's grapes of wrath. And they went to California. And they diverted the Colorado River. And they became rich orange grove owners in California. And they became the background for the famous Jack Nicholson film with Faye Dunaway. What was that film? What? Chinatown. Chinatown. Right. That's the background for Chinatown, the diversion of the Colorado River by Okies who fled, who habitat tracked from Oklahoma in the 1930s. And similarly, no habitat tracking and no collapse during the Little Ice Age in England. What happened during the Little Ice Age in England? Well, the Thames froze over. Oh, big deal. Let's go ice skating and have an ice skating party. Were these people forced out of their agricultural lands? No, they decided to have parties. There was no collapse. That's because there was a 1 degree reduction in temperature and not the complete reduction, collapse of the British agricultural system at that time whatsoever. No collapse, no habitat tracking, and resilience, in this particular case, simply ending up being moving to refugia or river ice skating. Big deal. End of story. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very
My pleasure.
stimulating presentation. I'm sure
Habitat track to the air conditioning immediately.
I'm sure there will be many comments and questions. Dr. La.
Thank you, Harvey. That was really enlightening, and I've learned a great deal. And thank you and Mirek for doing this 2-day conference. It's been a real learning experience. I just wanted to comment that the article that seems to have really struck you and brought you here, well, towards Egypt, I think, was Shisha et al. In PNAS.
Right. Your Khufu channel.
Well, that's what they started actually to try to ascertain.
Yeah.
There's a history here, and we can't go into the whole thing here, the details of how this started, but they actually started trying to test my model of water transport infrastructure.
Right. Yeah, I recall that.
And involved was Chris Morhange and David Kaunowski and Hadar Shisha. And they called for a whole series of core drillings and to, interpolate between them and try to understand the stratigraphy. In the reconstruction of the harbor model or water transport infrastructure, what's critical is to know where you are above sea level. To know how what we find at Giza in terms of where the Nile flood was or wasn't at a given time, it's critical to know where you are above sea level. some absolute comparison, and it's sea level that we use. So, for example, Mirik showed a harbor platform at 18 meters above sea level in the Lake Abu Sir area, which is 14 kilometers south of Giza. So you have to take into account the longitudinal slope of the Nile Valley. You have to take into account the lateral slope of the Nile Valley because it's a convex. So it's a convex floodplain, and it's a bit of a tricky situation to know where you are subsurface. And what's critical is to know where you are subsurface above sea level, to know where you are in time. So they originally wanted to apply for a 750,000 euro grant for this project, and it didn't come through. But they were able to do a series of core drillings because they were cooperating with an institute at Helwan, which has a very long name, and which is an Egyptian government institute, and so they actually don't need Ministry of Antiquities approval. They have their own. They ended up doing 4 core drills. They actually only report in the PNAS article that struck you that you were reviewing on 2. I have to tell you, and this would involve a longer discussion, which I'm happy to have, that I don't know if they knew where they were above sea level at surface. Right. The Ambric cores are all very carefully, the ones we mentioned earlier from the late 1989, 77 cores drilled by Ambric, looked at by Karl Butzer and others. I used them for the water transport reconstruction. They all know exactly, they all give you the elevation above sea level, they give you a reduction every meter down where you are above sea level, the sediments and so on. I don't see that kind of control in these cores. Right. Furthermore, the very get-go, they're trying to ascertain or not, I don't mean to use the my, but the possessive, they're trying to ascertain this intervention into the floodplain, not the natural floodplain. They're actually trying to understand this huge intervention that I mentioned before, where apparently they dredged even deeper than the Holocene-Pleistocene boundary. So that's one thing. And now this sand silt, this sand layer that is so impressive to you, personally, given my own personal history with how this whole project developed and the 2 cores they did, and some of our own field school people who were involved, I have no confidence in where they were above sea level. Now, of course, they're published in PNAS because they get very respectable reviewers and they get passed, and now it's part of the record. But, so there's just that comment.
I don't place great faith in that particular coring record. As you pointed out, it's not really the Nile, it's a diversionary channel. And I was only challenged by it to attempt to see some larger picture and to introduce the Indian summer monsoon and the 4.2 KABP event, which was not treated in that article whatsoever.
Well, that's true.
Their article does not concern itself with collapse or 4.2 KABP.
May I help you out here?
Yeah.
What impresses me in just seeing you give this presentation and reading your own PNAS article later, but I hadn't thought of it until just now, is how, if they are wrong and they're not at 4.2 Ka when they have this sand in what should be a harbor, what a coincidence would be, because I think you have an abundance of evidence that there was this 4.2 K event. So with all due respect to them, I do think it's a good chance they're at your 4.2 Ka event, and it does jive with what Daphne was reporting earlier of sand filling harbors. But again, they're not in the normative floodplain interface. They're in what should be a huge human intervention. It just goes to the...
I think the real one of our challenges, well, I've tried to emphasize this in this presentation, I think one of our big challenges for the immediate future is trying to establish a transfer function for Indian summer monsoon speleothem records, whether those Indian summer monsoon speleothem records occur in India, or they occur in Africa, or they occur in Northeast Africa, wherever they are. We need a transfer function for the Indian summer monsoon at 4.2 KABP, parallel to the transfer function that we have for the mid-latitude westerlies at 4.2 KABP. We know 20 or 30% reduction across West Asia at 4.2 kABP, across the Mediterranean. What is the precipitation reduction at Lake Tana or in Ethiopia? What is the reduction in Nile flow such that we could actually measure, quantify the reduction in cultivable land, such that we could measure the reduction in barley production, such that we could measure the ways in which that reduced barley production might have caused a fission of the Old Kingdom state? If we don't have that, all we have is talk. We need those data. This has to be quantified, or else we're just spinning stories one more time. But if we have those data, we're in a real position to understand what happened to that barley production machine, which was the Old Kingdom state.
I completely agree in the value of that question and the problem. I completely believe in the 4.2 Ka event, and I think it probably had something very meaningful to do with what we would call the collapse of the Old Kingdom. I just wouldn't be able to cite that article as support.
Oh, the PNAS article. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you very much for your talk. I'm here in the back. I would like to broaden the chronological scope a bit because I've seen it on one of your slides, and ask, what is your take on the 4.2 Ka event in comparison to the 3.2 Ka event?
Yeah.
And also with Eric Klein's interpretation as a perfect storm of calamities, how would you interpret the late Bronze Age collapse in that?
Yeah, I want to just show you, here's 3.2. And the precipitation reduction at 3.2 is really the 20% similar to the 4.2. And Eric is not familiar with these data and only recently accommodated in his perfect storm of a Bootserian concatenation of negative events, multiple forces. He only recently moved the 3.2 kABP event into that concatenated series of events. I understand pretty much what happened at 3.2 kABP in terms somewhat similar to what happened at 4.2 kABP. The spatial extent is somewhat different. The causes of the megadrought are somewhat different. And the forces released are somewhat different. But nevertheless, I understand the forced displacement of populations from southeastern Europe, i.e. the Sea Peoples. I understand the consequent series of site destructions along the eastern Mediterranean coast from Greece to Turkey to Syria, Palestine, even to the Egyptian coast as an effect of that. What I don't understand, frankly, is why destructive agents emanating out of southeastern Europe, where there were drought conditions at that time, would have moved themselves forcefully into regions which were similarly suffering that same drought. I don't get it. I don't get that part. So I don't understand that part. But I do understand the rest of the history of that period as more or less a product of that mega drought event, the displacement of populations. And in particular, I understand the so-called conquest of Canaan, the promised land, by the Habiru. I understand that as a function of that same mega drought event. That is all that biblical legend story, but also the realia of the Habiru. I understand all of that as in some ways related to 3.2 kABP. I don't understand the causal linkage details. I don't think we have that information. But the reality of 3.2 kABP in the Eastern Mediterranean is no less than the reality of the 4.2 KABP event in the Eastern Mediterranean. The causes of the 4.2 KABP event, as opposed to the 3.2 KABP, the causes of the 4.2 KABP event are very interesting, and I haven't related that here, but there is a very large and growing consensus among paleoclimatologists that the global extent of this event indicates a global disruption. And the forces behind such a global disruption are very, very likely to have been the global displacements related to what's called AMOC, Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. That is, an AMOC event occurring in the North Pacific and in the North Atlantic probably is what forces the displacement of the mid-latitude westerlies and the Indian summer monsoon and the East Asian summer monsoon synchronously. That is, an AMOC slowdown in the North Atlantic results in a displacement of the ocean atmosphere circulation system, which is what seems to have taken place with regard to the mid-latitude westerlies, the Indian summer monsoon, the East Asian summer monsoon, and the monsoonal systems of the Western Hemisphere, which were similarly affected. That is, there are megadrought events across North America at this time, which is pretty wild. But of course, there were no great civilizations in North America. There were only hunters and gatherers whose archaeology is very poorly resolved. That is, the resolution of it, the spatial temporal resolution of it. So we don't really see the effects of 4.2 KABP in the archaeology of North America, even though we see it in the lake cores in North America.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Oh yeah, and one other thing, and that is, I wish to record my gratitude to our distinguished leader, Mirek, for everything he's done for this fantastic meeting. That is, dinners, lunches, cocktails, coffee breaks, dessert cakes, newspaper interviews, air conditioning, everything, the works. Thank you, Mirek.
Now, thank you
and
all.
Hana.
Thank you all so much. I know there are many more questions and comments, and I think we will continue the discussions, but I think our time is a little bit running up. We do have some comments and questions online as well. I do apologize. We do not really have time anymore to present them here, but for those who attended online, please do use the opportunity to contact the speakers by emails, and we will do our best to answer your emails as soon as possible. So thank you very much again all for participating. And I will now ask Mirek if he can tell us or give us some concluding comments and remarks. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
I think that Harvey... oh, never mind. I think that we have had wonderful 2 days. I realized that we could experience an extraordinary format for the lectures, because I never had a conference where people could talk for almost an hour and have ample space for questions and answers. I think there is no need to have a long closing talk. Maybe because some of you ask me how did this happen, and I have to admit that prior to Harvey's arrival to Prague, we never met in person. He just sent me an email last year when I was, for some reason, in DC, and said, I would like to have a Old Kingdom collapse conference in Prague. It's probably because he's for the first time visiting the city. And I agreed without knowing how much work there will be needed, but thanks to you all, we had a wonderful 2-day meeting, and I mentioned in my talk that there was only one similar conference as far as the topic is concerned, not in the scope. That was held back in 1994 in Turkey, but to my knowledge, this has been the very first conference dedicated specifically to Old Kingdom collapse. So in a way, we all participated in an historical, and now the word process or event. Let's say event, but we all understand. And this brings me to one of the last remarks, and my impression is that one of the basic issues we have addressed and we will have to address in the forthcoming publication is the nature of this change or of these changes. We have we have basically two choices: a process lasting maybe almost 3 centuries, or an event 4.2. Harvey, I think that Harvey goes with the second option, but we will see. What I also really enjoyed in many of the talks was the explicit multidisciplinarity in Egyptology, and it's wonderful to observe that Egyptology is, since several decades, thanks to your work in the field specifically, not some weird discipline in humanities, but it's really a multidisciplinary, challenging subject that requires a lot of reading, a lot of education, a lot of cooperation, and in combination with exciting finds, I think this is why we all are so deep in Egyptology. I'm not talking about you, Harvey, this time, but maybe there is still, space and time for you to reconsider and start working in Egypt. And the last remark I want to make are the pressing changes in Egyptian chronology, and they are not just moderate; they comprise almost a century. I referred to two of the recent studies from the reign of Den and from the tomb of Jao, and I wanted to mention the publication of Djedkare that is in full accordance with what I presented in my talk. I will make last comment, and then the final words will belong to our dear Harvey, who spent almost a year together with me organizing, writing you up, getting all the deadlines and topics in a row, etc. And which is the publication. I experienced some discussions over the last 2 days, and it seems that I'm not saying most of you, but at least some of you would agree with a deadline. How it comes. Now you all pay attention, right? During January 2026. So we will develop this issue in the weeks to come, because now we have summer. Some of us still have to teach, and I'm really happy that, for instance, Richard made it, because in Germany, as you know, that the academic year is completely different. But we will write you up, we will keep in touch, and we will try to make you accept a deadline that would be very close to the conference, because we already now have a wonderful publisher in the UK, and the publisher is really keen to get the book out as soon as possible. So these would have been my remarks. Before I give it to Harvey, because I know once Harvey grabs the mic, I have no chance anymore. My huge thank you, and Harvey's as well, of course, is to all our members of the Institute, students, who without them it wouldn't be possible to have this wonderful conference. So it's Dana, it's Serena, it's Lucia, it's our students. Some of them are, in the forum, because there is, as you probably know, another possibility to see all this. So thank you very much, and we owe you a lot. And now it's Harvey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mirek. Thank you, everybody. It was great to meet you all. Great to immerse myself in Egyptian archaeology and to learn so much from all of you. And I sincerely thank you. It's been a great pleasure.